Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 114. So today, of course, is the second to last day before we max. Of course, tomorrow being the actual maxing day, aka 200 all, and end up referring to max. Obviously not max, obviously no one's even remotely close to 500 all. Actually, Vorpal's right here, he's technically the closest person, I think, other than actual rank 1. But he's the highest of anyone who isn't hidden on leaderboard. So, yeah, no one's even remotely close yet. But we're getting there, almost 200 all. We'll have it tomorrow. Obviously, been working on Scout. Afterwards, we can start doing whatever we want. Today's game plans are a couple. They still have not posted the Q&A that they were supposed to yesterday. So I'm not sure when that's going to be coming, but it is not out yet. So if it does come out today, we will end up pivoting and going over it when it ends up doing so. However, as it currently stands, it has yet to occur yet. So yeah, if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But you just have to wait and see at this point. Beyond that, other things to mention. We will be doing Lost and Found at least twice today. The main thing that we'll be doing with this is, or sorry, not Lost and Found. I'm in Lost Shipment. We already did Lost and Found on the alts. But I want to go test the beta with quests. So one thing with the quests, or the new beta system for combat that I haven't had the chance to test yet, is how on earth quest scaling works. So I have no clue how this is supposed to work. I know it exists, I'm not sure how it works though. But I figured we'd test it today because both of my two accounts are poised to go do Lost Shipment. So we'll go through the main game, get to the point where you get up to the fight itself, and then go see exactly what happens under the new scaling. Because we know what's going to be in the current state of the game. They're going to be level 30s, we're going to go fight them, go from there, and hopefully it'll die. But we don't quite know how that's going to work on the beta end. Like what level will they end up ultimately being? Do we need to go gear up off of Chronopolis or something similar? Are we going to be strong enough that just with the gear we have laying around we'll be able to obliterate them? We don't currently know, so I figured we'd go and test that and see what happens. We can technically do that whenever. They're both ready to go as we speak. So we'll do that in a little bit. Don't want to do it right at the beginning though, but we will pivot over to them and check the beta branch and go test it then. Probably bring both of them right up to the boss fight first. Neither of them have done the quest yet, but it's a pretty short quest. It takes like, what, 10-15 minutes, not counting the boss fight? It's pretty short. So I do need to get them to the point where it's like right before the boss and then go test it in the beta. And then of course kill them out in the main game since we're already there. It's kind of funny, I think he's up on the beer above us right now. I'm pretty sure the next tier beer is that one, or maybe there's one in between. Oh, so we're not using our big frost sword. I was considering making one for this. I haven't bothered going out of my way. I've just been running with whatever drops we've had. We had to go to level 146 Mace earlier, which was really nice against the goblins. Because our next enemy was a 152 yellowy goblin, so it ended up working out pretty well. Oh, so we're both like mini crashing each other right now, which is kind of unfortunate. Because we're both doing the grab bone method. The problem is there's a limited number of beers here. There's only 3 beers that spawn close, but just 2 of us here. So there's always going to be a little bit of weird downtime. Since this room isn't really set up properly for 2 people being here. It's similar to the snakes yesterday, where only one person can really do the better spots, otherwise you just kind of end up blocking each other. But the same thing's kind of happening here. We both have to just keep shuffling the one respawn. Oh no, my XP potion, come back! So I shouldn't have to camp these nearly as long as he does, though. I might even level a little bit earlier, since we're both crashing each other a bit. Unintentionally, of course. We both need the spot. It looks like he might be doing the upper spot right now, though. Oh no, can you do it off upper spot? I feel like it doesn't work as well. The problem is the second bone is a mile away. You can 1 bone up there. I don't think you could double bone up there. For all the 5% pots, do you just buy them? Yes. It is never, ever, ever worth making 5% pots. Unless you're, like, really low-level alchemy. Like, the second you hit, like, 35, you should never make a 5% pot ever again. That's basically the cutoff for when they're viable. But after level 35, you shouldn't make any 5% XP pot ever for the rest of the account. It's one of the reasons I was mentioning the other day, as well as quite a bit, that I'm hoping Chapter 5 or some feature in the future has like an auto-making thing. Like every single day, like auto makes like 10 or 20 or whatever based on your level. Based on the supplies you put in, but giving no XP in return. Because there's so much material just is unusable because its XP rate is way too bad. And the material for the 5% potions are a pretty good example of it. Where if you had an auto maker for it that could make some per day, it'd be like, okay, that's fine to put in. But if you had to actually go and make them yourself, they're so bad, you might as well just buy them from the shop. But yeah, all 5% should be bought from the shop. All 6% are way too expensive. And 7% higher you have to make yourself. And these are still from our 200 alchemy grind that we had. But yeah, they are really inefficient to make. And I think at max, even if you made 5% pots the entire time, you can only make like 1,000 5% pots ever. In like the entire history of your account before they're dead content, you can only make about 1,000 5% pots. Across every single one of them, which is really, really small. Like, that's not 1,000 of one, or each of them. That's just 1,000 spread across every 5% in the game. It's a really, really small amount. But yeah, all the 7% are worth making. All the 6% are very situational. And the 5% you only ever make in early game. Until they completely fall off. But 7, 8s, and 10% are all worth it. Let's go for that one then. Okay, I do need to make a weapon upgrade at some point. I'm considering a longsword at like 165 or something. This longsword is starting to get outdated. And the only 4-star we've gotten since then, or upgrade at all, is a 146 yellow weapon, which is only good against Sea Goblin. And this next one's like immune to yellow, so I can't even use that if I wanted to. Luckily, I did get one crafting material, so one less that we need to go bother with, luckily. I think it was a stonemason material, so I just gotta go on my way to make a bone raid item. Oh, so hello, Isabel! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Oh yeah, Isabel, did you catch the Pokemon Direct earlier today? I didn't mention it in the stream yet. I did have it in the title, though, just to briefly mention it. But, yeah, it was pretty interesting. They did a lot of the spiel they normally would, but the two biggest things they showed was Pokemon Champions, which is basically Pokemon Coliseum back in the day. I remember Pokemon Coliseum 1 and 2 and the Wii version were all really, really, really fun. But yeah, they're bringing that back. I don't have Pokemon Go and home compatibility, so you can bring stuff over from like any game at all. And beyond that, they also showed... Oh, that's a nice kite shield right there. Oh, that's pretty right there. Ooh, that's shiny. But anyways, what was I saying? Something about something. Oh yeah, the Pokemon thing. And they also showed Pokemon Za. Pokemon Za! But, yeah, they end up showing some stuff with that. Some things I like, some things I didn't like with it. It's hard to tell at the moment if it's an upgrade compared to Pokemon Legends Arceus. I feel like gameplay loop is going to be drastically different. But they've taken an interesting take on combat in the game. It's actually very similar to the combat they did for Pokemon Tournament, I think it was called. It was basically a fighting game in Pokemon style. They only had like 20 or 30 Pokemon available for it. But they're basically using that combat system, but a much more toned down version of it for like all combat in that game. We actually have to like target abilities and everything else like that. It's not like all in combat game like the other one is, but it has that kind of aesthetic to it. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. You're on a new content grind in Palia and Power World? Nice. Yeah, I need to revisit them at some point. I haven't played them in like a couple months now. Pretty much since Brighter Shores came out, other than for your birthday that one day. I basically haven't even touched them. Actually, I haven't even touched Power World since the December update that they advertised at the Game Awards. Was the last time I checked in. Or last... I haven't even seen that update yet. I'm trying to drink here and this beer is trying to kill me. Don't do it. Oh yeah, by the way, the poll for today, I'm not sure if I mentioned it yet, but we will be maxing 200 all in Brighter Shores tomorrow. Do you have any intention to ever max? And the options are yes, will be, or already have. Yeah, or will be soon or already have. Yes, but nowhere near 200 all yet. No, focusing on like a few skills or combat, like all in one zone or just combat in general. And then just no as in takes too long. Are all the options we currently have. Here we go with double because we've done quite a few polls where we split like the yes or no into two. I generally don't split both of them into two, but I figured if we're doing one, we should probably do both of them. Otherwise, it kind of biases the percents by the end. If either the yes or the no is double split, whereas the other one isn't. So I split them both. But I think our main level goal for the stream is, we mentioned yesterday it'd probably be 170. And yeah, I think that's where it is, 170, 171. I want to be able to go kill consistently these outlaws. So whatever it takes to be able to do that is our target. Oh, so hello Yusef, welcome, welcome, welcome. Did you tell us the starter mons for ZA? Oh yeah, what were they again? They were that one pig, I forget because I didn't play the generation that it came from. But it was the pig, that one leaf one. Wow, there's such good names. And I forget who the third was. I think it was the water crocodile from Gen 2. Tokadile, crocodile, Tokadile? Tokadile, something like that. I think those were the three. I should forget already. I know one was that one leaf plant looking starter. Though a lot of them look like that. One of them was the pig from like Gen 6. And then there was like one other little like water one. What did I pick last time? We ended up going with Decidueye. Or Hisui and Decidueye. So I went grass type last time. Honestly, of the three choices, I was thinking of going grass type again. Because I'm not a big fan of the pig thingy. Because normally I would go like fire or grass. I feel like I've never gone water type for a starter for Pokemon. But recently I've been preferring the grass types a lot more. Though for Gen 8 we did go fire for the oh gosh, I forget his name. Oh, I forget his name already. The big gator crocodile that was in Gen 8. Gosh, I'm forgetting so many names. They have too many Pokemon. They're already at like 1,000 something. Too many names to remember. Especially when we don't play on a regular basis. Yeah, yo, Google it, you need names. Let me know what they are when you do. Because I actually forget. I know what they visually look like. I'm pretty sure it was the Gen 2 water starter. The Gen 2 grass starter, oddly enough. They did double Gen 2, I think. And then like the Gen 6 fire starter. I believe it was. What their names are, do not remember. I know where they originated from, I just don't know what their names are. Okay, so yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Chikorita was the grass one. Totodile is the water one. So yeah, it's double Gen 2 and Gen 6. Interesting. Or was that Gen 5? I don't remember. When did Tepig come in? I never played the generation he was from. Because I skipped those few in between. But it's from one of the generations I never played. But the other two are from Gen 2. Oh, so apparently we have lost our Vorpal. What if he's still gonna be farming here? He might just be banking all his stuff to go sell. You're probably going Totodile? Nice. I'm probably going Chikorita then. No, it could be one time I finally go for Totodile, because the main reason I didn't pick Totodile back in the day, it would have been my second pick. But the reason I didn't pick it was Typhlosion was just so much better. Like visually and everything. But now it's not up against that, so it has a chance. Yeah, I don't like Tepig. Tepig's definitely my least favorite of the three. I'm not sure why. Pokemon has never done a good pig design yet. Both Tepig and whatever on earth they did in Scarlet and Violet, I didn't care for the design of either of them. Despite having two different pigs in the game, I don't like the model for either of them, for any evolution. There's like 5 different ones and I don't like a single one of them. But yeah, Isabel, if they have any amount of multiplayer in Pokemon ZA, we definitely got to play together sometime. Because I know there was something really specifically missing from Pokemon Legends. I'm hoping that they include in Scarlet and Violet. I mean, not Scarlet and Violet. I mean in ZA. I don't think it's been confirmed yet, though, or not. So are we excited for the new Gems of War Guild War? Wait, did they already do the patch this week and I didn't notice? Let me double check. I don't think so. No, they haven't yet. I was gonna say. No, they haven't. I was just double checking. It's like, oh no, did I miss it? You do know when the patch is dropping? Ooh, I assume it's pretty soon. It has to be on the upcoming 2 Tuesdays. I'm just not sure which. I know it's soon. Am I gonna take the guild for you to roll back? If you don't want it anymore, good. Hello, Sonny. Welcome, welcome. I would still love help running it, though. Because I definitely can't myself these days. Yeah, it's only if I wanted to do Guild War in a particular way. I guess initially. If you feel more comfortable with me having it, and then I can give it back to you after we kind of know how we have to do it. But it's up to you. You know how to do it? Okay. Yeah, you can just stay guild leader then. Oh no. Oh, you're good. Sketchy fight right there. It feels so weird to finally reach max. We're so close yet so far. I think what we're gonna do is before we need to move to the next enemy, we'll go do the thing on the other two accounts. And then we'll come back for the final stretch to go get to our final enemy for the stream. We're gonna do our double upgrade, make our weapon. And by the time we get into tomorrow, we should be around level 180. And then we don't end tomorrow until we get it. This is the game plan. Also, hopefully sometime between today or tomorrow, we can go over to Q&A. That they still haven't posted yet, by the way. Good thing I didn't do what I was planning on doing yesterday, which was stream until they end up releasing it. Because they just never end up releasing it. Like, at all. I'll check their Twitter again right now, let me see. Nope. Oh no, there it is. I have recently moved to a more... let's see. Oh, you mentioned something, but I didn't mention the thing. Alright, where is the other thing then? Is it mentioned on Reddit? Yeah, I'm still not seeing anywheres. No! Yeah, it's still not anywheres to be seen. Yeah, it was supposed to drop yesterday and it didn't. It could still drop today, but it still hasn't. Oh, so hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. Or did I say hello earlier? But welcome, welcome. The ball's been a while. Hey, Vorpal's back. I just realized he probably went away for his chef run. Oh, you could say you will have the guild leader constantly having to chat with the whole guild. Oh, are we gonna have to communicate a lot for the new system? Oh gosh. Yo, thanks for helping with that. Yeah, I'll try to as well. I might even start streaming it a bit once it comes around. This is something finally new for the game after so long of nothing new. Yeah, that's something we haven't streamed since Brighter Shores either. We haven't actually streamed another MMO that wasn't RuneScape related. Like Palia, well, I guess technically Palward's not one. Palia is, though. Oh, so something like Path Exile 2 isn't, but is, you know, kind of like it. It's more like an action RPG. Oh no, I guess it's still in the RPG genre. Honestly, I consider almost everything in the RPG genre to be like the same. Not same like content-wise, but you know, in the same category. Like even if it's the same different genre of game. Like every RPG I just consider in like the RPG category, regardless of which type it is. And obviously this is more of an MMO RPG. You're a hardcore shopaholic. I believe it. Also, oh, I just realized I didn't have the tab open this whole time. Oops. You know why I had it turned off? Because I was on the alt accounts, making sure they had 25 fishing earlier. So that I have more range to fish with, I ended up turning it off. But in doing so, yeah, I didn't have it this whole stream. This is where our gear is currently at. Honestly, we're not that under geared at the moment. We're actually pretty decently geared. One thing that was brought to my attention recently off stream, though, was, I should start keeping all my 4-star stuff. It somewhat phased me when when it cost us like 1 gold to be able to buy like a 2-star shield. But things sell way better after the update. Like way better compared to now. And 4-star stuff scales the absolute best. So it might actually even be worthwhile just to make a bunch of 4-star equipment merged in every single chapter before the update hits. Like get to the combat level we want for every single zone. Then sell everything that isn't a 4-star, then just make 1 billion 4-stars for the chapter. It's something to actually consider before the update. His 4-star gear sells for a way prettier penny after the update compared to now. And they likely did that change in accordance to when trading comes out. So when you actually trade gear, it's worth more. Oh, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Come on! Yeah, barely. Gosh, I can't wait till our battles aren't an RNG roll every time. Just randomly die for no reason. Also, I did finally stock up on caffeine, by the way. Gonna need it for tomorrow. Because tomorrow should be a pretty long stream. Or at least in theory it should be. Since we're not ending the stream until we max. And even then we're probably still grinding a bit. Oh, you're talking about all the Pally activities? Yeah. Oh yeah, cake parties are a lot of fun. Cake parties and plushies are like the main reason why you group up with people. Because if anyone gets a plushie drop, like a rare drop from an enemy, or from a resource, or from whatever, every single person in your party ends up getting it as long as they're nearby. Which is really nice. It's like the main collectible in that game. Then cake parties are just like infinite money. I actually like how cooking was done in that game. Because it's actually like a co-op activity. Like it's like a little mini game combined with a co-op activity. Like you still do it solo, but it's a lot easier if you have a bunch of people doing all the various parts of the ingredients and everything. But I'm curious to see how they end up utilizing the party system in Brighter Shores whenever it eventually comes. As it's currently slated to come out before 1.0, based on their current to-do log. I don't know if they're going to do with it, we don't currently know. But a party system of some kind is planned to be coming to Brighter Shores. Curious if it's going to be as good as Pallia's system. The only problem with Pallia is I feel like you're basically forced to have to group up. Like, you're at an active penalty if you're not in a group, pretty much. Because everything's just so much quicker in a group. I'm hoping in Brighter Shores there's a benefit to it, but not, like, required to be in one. Like, I would hate if something like co-op woodcutting and stuff like that is, like, required, rather than optional as it is now. Or it's, like, slightly better, but not, like, eclipsing everything else if you don't do it. Not the cute cuddly bears. No worries, we're moving to a new enemy soon. Probably at 165 when we'll make our better weapon. I was hoping I would randomly get lucky and just get a drop so I don't need to make something. Oh yeah, Palia is an MMO. It's set up as a cozy MMO, but it is an MMO. It's actually the MMO that I played before this one, as far as most recent MMO. Not counting doing RuneScape. But not counting RuneScape is the most recent one I played. Well, obviously not counting Brighter Shores either. But you know, before Brighter Shores. And not counting RuneScape, it was the previous MMO I tried. But yeah, it's pretty chill. It's a lot of fun. It's really co-op heavy. There are a lot of activities that don't require co-op in that game. My favorite one being the little card game they have called Hot Pot. It's basically like Go Fish, but slightly different. But the rewards you get from it are really, really, really good. And you don't get penalized doing it solo compared to a group. Actually, it's not like Go Fish. I think it's more like Rummy. Or are they both similar? I don't remember. Too many card games. It's like one or the other. I haven't played either in so long, I forget what the rules even are for either of them. It's either like Rummy or Go Fish, or both. What made me not stick with it? Well, I played it for a couple hundred hours. It's just a kind of game I wouldn't infinite grind. I did everything I wanted to do. I did the main storyline. I got all the levels to max level, which is basically like 200 all in this game, except it's way, 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 way quicker to do. And, like, they still go infinitely, but in that game, you're basically maxed at 10 all. Whereas in this game, you're basically maxed at 200 all. I still plan to keep playing Brighter Shores after 200 all, obviously. We're not quitting tomorrow. No worries. But, oh no, I just didn't like the gameplay loop as much in Endgame. Like, it's fun. But, it's not one I would grind for, like, thousands of hours. It's definitely hundreds of hours of fun, though. You gotta really, really, really love decorating a house to the max to play that game for a long period of time. Even something like Animal Crossing New Horizons, which is set up similar to that, I actually personally enjoyed a little bit more. Even though it was a bit lesser on the co-op. It had a lot more completionist content to do. He's barely done with Palia? Yeah, there's a lot to do in Palia I still haven't done. I wasn't a big fan of fishing in that game, I think was the biggest issue in that regard. The main thing I'm missing are like all fish. I've gotten like one catch on almost everything except the fish. Because they work based on time of day, but in a weird, not real-time kind of sense. But in like in-game time of day sense. And without like a third-party tool, it is really, really hard to figure out. Because there's like 3 different baits, but also like 20-something different fishing spots. So you have to be there with the right bait, at the right time of day, at the right spot. So there's like 3 different parameters that you have to do. And without a third-party resource, it's really hard to align. Because I was going through that whole game guideless. And that's one of those aspects of the game that is really, really absurdly hard to do guideless. Like, it's not intuitive how you have to go about it at all. Oh yeah, we didn't even have a house in Palia. I was gonna the way that I do housing in any game where you can build a house is I must complete every single thing in the entire game and have like almost every collectible, and then I'll build my house. The main thing I hate doing in various games is building out a house, decorating it, and then like 10 to 100 hours of gameplay later, having so many more cosmetics I could put in it that I just completely overhaul the whole thing. I hate having to re-overhaul. I like to decorate something once and then just leave it like that. I hate decorating something, then completely starting from scratch again and then redecorating. I must have like absolutely every unlock before I do that in any game. It took me several hundred hours before I did anything in something like Animal Crossing New Horizons. Because I had to have like every collectible, every trophy, everything before I would bother decorating the house. Otherwise I would keep changing it every like 10-20 hours. No, I'm gonna be playing Palia again. I never said I wouldn't play again. Also, I don't even have that many plushies. Like, if I gave you every plushie I had, it would probably increase your plushie amount by like 0.1%. I think I have like a dozen, maybe 2 dozen. Probably close to 2 dozen. You probably have like over 1,000. Oh, so hello MK Jets, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Not sure if I said hello earlier. Hope your week's been going well. Give her something. I don't even have any of the cool rare ones. I think the rarest one I have is like some kind of magical deer stag. Because there's some magical enemies that are harder to end up collecting from in that game. And I got one for one of the magical ones. It's cool looking like blue deer. Did I hear plushie shaming? I'm not plushie shaming. Actually, I have a whole cabinet behind me just filled with plushies as well. Like IRL ones. End up packing them up in a gigantic black bag when we had to move everything off the floor and everything that was on the floor. Or, you know, it's currently on my cabinet. But, you know, the cabinet itself is on the floor. So I had to bag all of them up and put them all back in nice and neatly. Why did I not like fishing? Mostly because you have to be at the right place at the right time with the right bait. It's too many parameters. If it was the right place at the right time, that's fine. But right place, right time with right bait is kind of hard to align without using like a third-party resource. Because even if you're at the right place at the right time, you might be using the wrong bait. It's definitely not as good as like Stardew Valley's or Animal Crossing system. Also, I really enjoyed the little minigame that was in Stardew Valley's fishing version. Particularly when you get a chest. The small chance you just randomly get a chest was always pretty hype. There's still a chest chance in Palia, and it has some pretty good loot in it. But the minigame associated to it and how you have to go about collecting all of them is just a little bit less intuitive. Yeah, that is one weird thing with Palia. Levels actually go infinite. Unlike in Brighter Shores where they cap. That's one of a few things Palia did that I wish Brighter Shores would have done. Is there's actually no level cap in that game. Like, at all. Like, you can go to level, like, 10,000. I'm pretty sure you can still keep going. No one has, but I'm pretty sure you can. Doesn't mean anyone will. But the option is there. There's one thing that's kind of annoying about Brighter Shores right now is when you get a 500, you're capped out of EXP forever in the current state of the game. Something I really hope they change in the future. This also devalues upgrading tools at all beyond 25 pretty much. I still will be getting this to 35. It'll be one of the few that we do get higher. But there's no point in really getting a super upgraded tool, as the diminishing return on it is just so insane, and once you reach 500, it does literally nothing in the current state of the game. In the last Q&A, they even mentioned that they don't have any plans for buffing them. So if you got a level 100 tool, you're just wasting it, since there's no buff that you get at 500 from it. Unless they ever fix how the XP works or anything. Which I hope they do at some point. Like, 500 being max level is fine, but you need to still be able to gain XP in some way, shape, or form. Even if it's just going to some kind of infinite number or something. That means nothing other than number go up. It's one of the reasons I'm kind of concerned with ever getting a 500. Brighter Shores is literally a number go up simulator that has a endpoint. You gotta not have an endpoint. Because what happens when you run out of number go up? What are you supposed to do in your number go up game? Like, obviously that's almost never gonna happen. Because depending on the rate that they add chapters, 500 all could quite literally be impossible if they had like 3 per year. But still my biggest concern with ever getting a 500. Even though I was mentioning earlier, I still kind of want to go for 500 all mines Matubin. The biggest concern is the current state of 500s right now. Where you don't get any XP ever, therefore, at least currently. It's the main thing really keeping me from ever 500ing at the moment. Because generally when you reach max level in a skill in a game, that's when you can start most effectively doing the skill. But in Brighter Shores, it's actually the other way around. At 500, a skill is the exact point that you should stop doing the skill, not start doing the skill. It's balanced kind of weirdly in that regard. Because in most games, that would be the start point, where you could start efficiently doing something, but in Brighter Shores, that's the end point, where you should stop doing it all ever again. Unless they make the 500 perk keeps like absurdly good or something. Like to the point that it makes up for getting no EXP at all. It's the only way I could ever see 500 being super worthwhile. Is if when keep perks come out, they make 500 keeps like absurdly good. Tyrion's going Totodile too? Is he? Alright, maybe I'll join the Totodile gang. We'll see. Because I did go Grass type last time. For the last Legends game. So I might go Water. It depends if the full roster for the game gets leaked at some point. To see what our Water and or Grass alternative would be. Because we already know what the fire type's going to be. They show Talonflame, it's going to be Talonflame. Like, that's not even in question. So depending on what water or grass types there are, we might go with one or the other. But But yeah, I might join the Totodile gang. Because the only reason I didn't go for him in Gen 2 was because Typhlosion just seemed so much cooler. But he would have been my second pick for Gen 2. Oh yeah, speaking of Platinum Coin, that's something that I didn't actually even realize until a little bit earlier as well. The capes actually are based on a metal in the game. They're based on all the coins. The first one is bronze for the copper token. The next one is silver for the silver token. The next one is gold for the gold token. And then the final one is platinum for the platinum token. I didn't even notice that until yesterday. Like later yesterday. But I kind of had an epiphany when I was like looking at them. It's like, wait, they are based on a metal. They're based on the coin metals. That means if we ever get a coin above platinum, we'll actually know what it is by the time Chapter 5 comes out. I'm not sure what they're going to do after that, though. Because how on earth are they ever going to add a coin above platinum? I mean, above whatever the coin above platinum is. Like, let's say, for example, it's jade or something. Like, what on earth did they do after that? Because there's no way anyone's going to get more than 1,000 jade or whatever they end up making the coin after platinum. Even just 1,000 platinum is going to be insane to own. I could only imagine what it'd be like to get 1,000 of the currency above platinum. Like, even 5 years from now, I'm not sure anyone would have that much. Unless moneymakers get absurdly better by then. Because right now, the best moneymaker in the game's like 8 gold an hour or something. Which is doing leatherworker with really high merchant. You need like around 490 merchant leatherworker. And I believe it's around 8 gold an hour, somewhere around there. Give or take like a gold or so. And even with that absurdly good method, just to get 1 platinum would take 100-something hours. Like over 100 hours. We're talking like 125-ish hours, give or take a little. Just to get 1 platinum. Were there even platinum coins in medieval ages? I have no clue. I don't feel like they would have made material out of that. Honestly, I don't even think they had gold coins back then. It would have been too precious of a metal. But then again, I guess they weren't really using it for much else, so maybe they did. Because most of the more applicable uses for gold didn't come until like the last few hundred years. I'm gonna refresh it again. Do we have the Q&A? Honestly, I'm gonna probably give up on trying to refresh for the Q&A. Oh, speaking about the capes, there's actually something about that here too. When 2500 is released with episode 5, is there plans for a new color cape above platinum? Yes, it's already designed and available to the devs. Oh, I wonder what color it is. They said that it's already designed, but they didn't say what color it is. We're literally just talking about that. I'm trying to think of what coin you would normally do in a game that's above platinum. Because most games don't bother going above that tier of coin. I'm trying to think of even one game as an example, and none even come to mind at the moment. Unless they start just making up materials, like they did with RuneScape. Or it made sense up to like level 10. And then they went like Mithril, then Adamant, then Runite. They just started just making up stuff. There's a good chance whatever coin they do after Platinum or whatever metal color is literally just a made-up word. They'll call it Jadadium, and it'll be like jade-colored. Well, yesterday they were supposed to do a Q&A with all of the combat questions answered. It was supposed to originally be a stream, but then the guy who was going to stream it got sick. Then it was going to be a text-based format, but then that still hasn't been posted. It was supposed to be posted yesterday, but has yet to be. Do you think there'll be a skill for clue scrolls? I would love to see clue scrolls come to this game. It's one of my favorite activities from old school RuneScape. I don't think there would be a skill associated to it, but you never know. Like a treasure hunter skill would be pretty cool. The only problem with it being associated to a skill is, yet again, when it reaches 500. Because I would definitely do that activity like post 500 if it was a skill. Because from completionist perspective, about 80% of endgame in old school RuneScape is literally just doing clue scrolls. If you account for the amount of time that it takes to 100% it, compared to 100%ing every other piece of content, it's like 70-80% of the game is doing literally just clue scrolls. That's my only concern with seeing it coming to Brighter Shores as a skill. Because if it's even like 50% of endgame in this game, then it's a slight problem. If it caps out at 500. Oh, no, don't do that one. Do the better one. I caught myself for once. We actually drank the 7% at the correct time. For the first time in like hours. We're getting slightly better. You would think after like 100-something hours of it, I would learn by now, but not quite. We're getting there though. Also, after the update, we can finally change what cape season we're in. We started with the level 50 Fire Cape. Then we got the level 100 Inferno Cape. Then we're rocking the 200 Mining Cape. And then we'll be in the Poach 200 All era. Which will be the Mines of Batubin Cape. Whereas this Mining Cape was mostly our Get to 200 All era. And the 2 Smithing Capes were just our early game stuff. And then we're probably not switching our cape again until our 500 era. Which will probably be 500 all Mines of Batubin, or 500 all Chronopolis, or 500 all Stonewall Hill. Depending on how things go. And after that, honestly, we'll probably just rack that cape forever then. Because 500 capes are so expensive. Particularly a 500 all chapter cape. No, if this game ever added clue scrolls, it'd be done in a way that'd be drastically different than whatever old school RuneScape has. Like, it'd still be like a similar concept, probably. But definitely be unique enough that they wouldn't get sued over it or anything. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually forced you to use all the mechanics as well. Because they did a lot of gimmicky mechanics that are basically overlooked because everyone just uses RuneLight. And it just auto-solves it for you. But I wouldn't be surprised if they actually force you to have to use a sextant and everything else to actually figure out where it is. And make it completely randomly generated. So you can't just look up how to do the clue, you actually have to engage with it and all the mechanics. Because I would actually love to see that. Because they did some pretty creative things for when they originally did clue scrolls. But everyone just ignores them because they have predetermined locations. It's not randomly generated. But they can have it just be randomly generated for Brighter Shores. So you actually have to use all the tools to figure out where you need to go. You won't just have a plugin that tells you exact location where to go. Because if they ever do include them, I'm pretty sure every single one will be randomly generated. Where you're going to have to dig at like a really random spot that could be in any chapter. But you have to actually use the tools to figure out where it is. As well as other clue step types. But if it was like a locational dig spot, I feel like that's the way they would do it in Brighter Shores. There'd probably be a few others beyond that, though. Probably a few different puzzle clues. But they'll probably do completely unique puzzles that are nothing like the ones that are in Old School. Because the main puzzles that are in Old School is the sliding puzzle, the light box, and whatever the third one is, I always forget. I think there's a third. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. But there's like infinite different puzzles they could be doing for it that aren't any of those three. Well, we were pretty inefficient, I would say, for our first month of gameplay. After Thanksgiving, after the first month, is when we started going our efficiency arc. But the first month, we kind of just went through the game, completely blind, just doing whatever. But when December started is when we kind of went on our full-blown efficiency arc. There's still a lot of stuff I do that's not perfectly efficient, though. Yeah, we're currently ranked 16. By the time we finish our current grind, we'll be ranked 12. And Zan's Bathwater hasn't played in like 2 weeks. But he'll be ranked 12 by the time we finish our grind. Because everyone else here doesn't seem to be moving that much. I believe all of them are 200 all is the problem. Yeah, this one's 200 all already. This way they're not moving much. What about the other two? Let me double check. Well, I can't check Anonymous, but... Wait, where's the other guy? Where are we? Right there. That one is also 200 all. There was like one other. Yep, that's not one. Gosh, that tree hitbox is so annoying. I hate these yew trees so much. Their hitbox goes like to the sky almost, it feels like sometimes. Yeah, that's why all three of them aren't moving that much. They're all post 200 already. So yeah, we should be able to get 12 then. At least for our 38 levels, we'll be able to get there pretty easily. The final little bit of stretch will be a little bit slower though. But we're going to probably be doing a lot of AFK raid dens, which will go pretty quick. Because if I want any amount of combat for the next patch, aside from doing a few levels beyond each of these, the main thing we're going to be doing is AFK raid dens. Going to make a 267 longsword and just chill in raid dens. Could be doing that a lot off stream. Not on stream though, of course. But off stream, we're going to be doing a lot of raid dens post 200. At least till level 315 detective. Because that's the next really big milestone for it. Might even go further than that, we'll see. But probably not. But I want to get to 315 detective before the update. Whatever combat level that brings us to. Which should be around 285 or so. Which if we wanted to, we can go even deeper then. The enemy at 285 and the one afterwards are both weak to blue. I would just have to get my smithing a little higher. What passive activity is the best post 200? Generally the production skills. I put a lot of mine into smithing and alchemy lately. But I'm actually putting a lot of it into bone right recently. Bone right actually almost always profits, so it's a really good one to go for. Because you almost never lose money on it. It's also way more annoying to train compared to mining smithing. I mean, compared to smithing stonemason, I mean. It's also I've been trying to knowledge to 206 stonemason. So I can also do the AFK activity for that, at least to 233. Because that gets us to our next material. Oh, so speaking of next material, I have so much tier 5 dynamite for when we finally get level, somewhere's around here. Whenever we finally get level 348 mining, I have so much deathstone. Like, I think a whole day's worth of deathstone. Like, literally a whole stream where we do nothing but blast mining for like 10 plus hours amount of deathstone. No time soon, though, of course. And hopefully by then they would have buffed Deathstone mining. Deathstone mining is actually the worst mining activity to do in the game currently at the moment. So I'm hoping by then they end up buffing it. Like, the actual activity itself I enjoy a lot. It's basically just blast mining for multiple RuneScape. But the balance on it is not ideal. It's also one of the only few activities in the entire game you can't use queuable action on. At least with how it currently works. You can also only set one explosive at a time, which is really slow compared to setting all three. Which is the biggest change it needs. If there was to be only one change to blast mining, that's a change that needs to happen. You really need to be able to set up all three rather than one at a time. But other changes that it needs is the explosive bank needs to be way, way closer than it is. And I guess that's basically it. I would also say maybe increase the XP rate. But if you can explode all three at once, you would also be increasing the XP rate, so That would kind of solve it as well. The knowledge and XP rate issue. Yeah, there's only two real big changes it needs. There needs to be an explosive bank closer than where the shop is. And there needs to be the ability to sell all 3 explosives rather than one at a time. And that would fix the knowledge rate issue, that would fix the XP rate issue. And it would fix the fact that you have to go 1.5 miles away just to go grab the explosives you already have made. Alright, 2 more levels after this one, we'll probably go make our new shiny weapon. If we don't get one by then. And I might go to the alt accounts at that point as well. Because I want to go test the beta branch for the quest. It's one of the few things in the beta we haven't had a chance to test yet. To see how our real quest ends up scaling with the new system. Am I watching anything in particular? No, whenever we stream Brighter Shores, we're just doing only Brighter Shores. Before, for the first 3 months, we were doing Brighter Shores and doing Old School RuneScape in the background. But the last few weeks, we've been doing, like, literally Brighter Shores only. Like, not even grinding Old School RuneScape in the background. Because I've kind of mini-quit again. I might go grind Castle Wars in free-to-play, though. Because I don't even have membership in Old School right now. A little bit of a protest for recent things that have happened with the game. Given that they're getting greedy again. But I might come back to go grind out some free-to-play grinds I need to go do. That aren't worthwhile to do while having membership. The main one being getting like 5,000 Castle War tickets. Currently I only have 600. Gotta get like 10 times more. It's really AFK, it's like 19 minutes AFK. You gotta play a few minutes non-AFK. But then you can do nothing for 19 minutes. Okay, the other white guy went to the overflow room. It's something I don't see people doing too often, actually, when it comes to bears. Using the bear overflow room. You can't do the bones when you're in the overflow room. Or the yew tree. Actually, wait, can you do yew tree there? Oh, you can do yew tree. Yeah, you just can't do bone while you're there. Well, I didn't think about that. Depending on our woodcutting level, I wonder if it's worthwhile. Where's the yew tree in there? Yeah, you could. You can do 1 yew tree beer. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about that. Because the setup for doing yew tree in this room is not as good. But the setup for you doing yew tree in the other room is actually not bad. The problem with this room is there isn't really a good tree where you can hit both. I guess maybe that tree was a little bit clunky. But in that room, it's way better to do 1 yew tree than bear. There's pretty much every bear in the entire room is within attack range from the tree. Whereas at best, when doing it in this room, you're only going to get 2 bears. The third is likely to be too far away. But in that room, you have like 3-4 bears within range. Potentially even all 4. How'd they fix the first raid Iron Man boosting? I'm not sure exactly what they did. But basically there was a way before where you can give all your contribution basically to an Iron Man player. But now only the contribution that they end up doing ends up counting. I forget exactly how it works. I didn't even really look at to change too much. But whatever they did, they kind of fixed it so you can't boost Iron Man anymore. Which is a great change. I hope Brighter Shores never makes that mistake in the first place. I hope that Iron Man can play with main accounts, because we'll be a main account, and there's definitely a lot of Iron Man players we'd want to play with. Especially with how small the player base is, if it doesn't become bigger by then. But they gotta make sure that main accounts can't boost Iron Man players in any way. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Do you think Old School RuneScape said they would increase membership price so people would panic and buy yearly membership? Did they actually say that recently? That they're going to increase it? Like, when did they say that? Because if they are, we picked a perfect time to quit. Oh no, that was a thing from a while back. I thought you meant they mentioned it again. But no, they already increased it by like 30-40%. I don't think they have any plans to increase it beyond that, but that's already way too much what they did. Like, at least for me, it was about 35% more than I paid last year. So I didn't bother renewing it. Which is way above anything inflationary. If that's the reason for increasing or whatever it was. Because there's no way inflation went up 35% in 1 year. Yeah, I can't wait to finally be done with Scout. Out of all the combats, this is the one I've been dreading to do the most. The unit spread for it is just so bad for Crown Knight. It's something that's actually going to be a little bit annoying going for, like, post-1000 leveling down the line. Because every time we have to go to Hope Forest is by far our weakest region as this class to take out. As far as the spread of enemies available. With the best definitely being Mines of Batubin. Yeah, the membership price for Brighter Shores, I was actually speculating that before the game came out when we were talking about it here and there. is I wonder if they'll do like a $5 or $5.50 price. Because that's what original RuneScape was at. And they basically did. Accounting for inflation, that's basically what a $6 membership fee is. It's the original $5 that OG RuneScape had. Just accounted for inflation over the last 2 decades. They're probably going to be raising it a little bit though, like after launch and everything. Someone did say at one point, I believe it was in one of the Q&As, that they are grandfathering in the old cost though. So if you're locked in at $6, you'll stay at $6. Even if they do raise it by $1 or $2 later down the line. I said, hello every color, welcome, welcome. Is it better to pay monthly than to do the 3-month, for example, since it's not reoccurring to be grandfathered? Yes. I would say it's, I'm not sure what is in your currency, but I know at least in USD. Not only is it better because the grandfathering to do the every single month payment, but it was also cheaper. And the main reason why it's cheaper is they likely plan to increase the membership cost at some point, whereas they might not be increasing the yearly or 3-month cost. So the current yearly and 3-month cost will make a little bit more sense down the line compared to how they are scaled now. But yes, the best thing to be doing right now is pay for the monthly. If you plan to play long term. Or even if you just plan to play for a month. Like in pretty much every situation, the monthly is the better option. You did a yearly right off the bat. You know, I would have too, but the problem with the yearly is it's more expensive for some reason. Because it's scaled based on future costs rather than current costs. I think it was like $3-4 cheaper doing it month by month rather than yearly. Which isn't much, but you know. Might as well do the cheaper option. At least for my currency. I'm not sure what it was in every currency. You just want to help give support, yeah. At least all the money's going for a good cause of helping develop the game. Will I be playing Monster Hunter Wilds? No, I probably won't be. We'll be busy maxing the account tomorrow. But no, I'll probably be skipping it. I likely will still be doing Xenoblade Chronicles X though when it comes out. I was not sure if I'm going to be streaming that or just doing it in my own time. We'll do a poll for it around the time we do. Let me double check. What date was it? I think Miles Yes was saying yesterday that it starts next month. I thought it was May, but maybe I confused May with March. Xenoblade Chronicles X, which release date? May 29th, 2020. Okay, that says May. So is it May or March? But this one says it's on the 20th. Google, stop lying to me. You both can't be correct. Release date, March 20th. Google, why do you say the wrong date? That's weird. The Nintendo official page, which I believe more than Google, says March 20th. But, the Google's thing says May, like, 29th or something. That's weird. It's not even, like, the AI-generated one. It's, like, the actual info that Google is giving. Oh, never mind. That's the release date of back in the day. Never mind. I see why now. I see the problem. The way I Googled it was wrong. But no, they're both correct. Never mind. It was originally released in 2020, May 29th. I see what happened there. But the actual remake is March 20th of this year. Like, I see the problem now. That was its OG release back in the day. On the Wii U that no one played it on. Yeah, we'll probably do that later next month then. Especially if the combat update has already happened by then. And I'll still be grinding Brighter Shores in the background. Might even have it on screen, we'll see. Or just keep having it in the background. Actually, one thing that would be kind of funny though, I wonder if my computer can handle streaming to two things at once without doing a multi-stream thing, but actually have the computer itself streaming to two at once. Because one thing that could be really funny is if we stream to one platform with Xenoblade Chronicles, but at the same time we're streaming Brighter Shores to another. So we could still full screen stream both. But one would be streamed to one platform and one to a different platform. That'd be kind of funny. I wonder if you could stream double to YouTube. I never actually tried. Is that a thing you could do? Yeah, that's another factor too. I've never actually tried doing that though. I have no clue if that's possible. I would need to test it before we actually do it though. But I didn't even think about that. I might be able to double stream to YouTube. Where one stream is Brighter Shores and the other one at the exact same time is Xenoblade Chronicles X. Just to have it divided. The only thing that couldn't be switched though is the audio. Like my actual talking audio. Because it'd be impossible to do two different ones that way. But the game audio would be correct for each. Like the Brighter Shores stream would only have the Brighter Shores audio. And the Xenoblade Chronicles stream would only have the Xenoblade Chronicles audio. But the talking would be the same for both though. Because there'd be no way to divide that. Did I drink caffeine? Yes. I bought some caffeine because I knew we would need it for the grinds that we have coming up, particularly tomorrow. So we're back on caffeine. We're staying away from it for a little bit. But we're back on caffeine a little bit. It's not a lot though. It's a really low amount. I think this whole can has like 30 milligrams in it. Which is really low. But more than none. But yeah, tomorrow's stream does not end until this is 200. We're probably going even a little bit further than that. Because I might try sweeping out all the combats for every zone. As for zone 1, I want to get to about 204. For this zone, I'll probably get to 20 something. What's the last enemy? You'll probably comfortably get to like 205-ish probably. Somewhere around there. And if for Mines of Matubin, we can get to like 202. Because we do it off a blob to 202. Just if we want to switch over to like Tongue Beast or something. Yeah, I've been a lot better about not drinking a lot of caffeine. We actually went a whole year without drinking any soda. But you also gotta make sure you stay away from caffeine whenever you do as well. Which I also did that year. Other than a few teas. But yeah, basically, I never drink any energy drinks. If I ever have caffeine in something, it's tea related. Because I don't drink coffee. Nor energy drinks ever. Because caffeine overall is pretty bad for you. Especially a lot of it. Like a small amount here and there isn't that bad. But a lot of people drink way too much than you probably should. But how much most energy drinks have in them? Even just one can of energy drink is already like, probably like 3 days worth of how much caffeine you should even be having. Yeah, if you go off of caffeine for a while, you no longer need caffeine. Like, it's a little bit hard to quit initially. But once you do, you no longer need it. Only time I really drink it now is if I really want to be aware for something. Like for our 200 all grind tomorrow. Because we are not ending the stream until it's done, regardless how long it takes. It shouldn't take that long. Because by this stream, we'll hit about 170, 171. Off stream, I'll hit about 180-ish, or whatever we end up getting. And then whatever's left, we finish tomorrow. We also want to start working towards some of our other combat goals, though. Like a few above on each of them. And then off stream, I can start AFK and Chronopolis to like 300-ish. Because I want to make sure we try to get level 1000 before the beta ends. What's my next enemy? This is worse than the 2 stats that matter. There's only 2 defenses that matter coming up is physical and necrome. And it has worse physical and necrome. Should we host a party? So far I haven't had a celebration in game for any of my accomplishments yet. So we're officially the Totodile gang? Gosh, you guys have convinced me. I'll go Totodile for Pokemon ZA. Fine, I'll go Totodile. It was going to be my second pick back in the day anyway, so now it's finally our time to go to first pick. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to do an in-game party for our 200 all tomorrow. I'm probably not. It's too inefficient to host a party. We'll have a party on stream, but I'm not going to have like an in-game party, I don't think. We're going to very unceremoniously just get 200 combat and then move on to doing more combat. Though after tomorrow, we won't be doing combat for a while, though. Tomorrow's the last day we do combat. Until pretty much, at least on stream. Pretty much until the combat merge. Even then, I'm probably not doing it that much. Because I'm mostly waiting for special attacks and skill tree that are not coming in next update. I'll probably do it for a day or two just because of the new update. But beyond that, we're not touching combat for a while. Pretty much after tomorrow and update day. Because realistically, after those 2 days, the next time we're doing combat is the day they finally release skill tree plus specs. So we're really only doing combat 2 more days after today. Until they fully finish the combat rework. Which is not happening in the next patch. Is there no official date for when combat merge is yet? No. They're currently hosting an open beta for it. But we don't know when it's going to be happening. Or, you know, when the patch itself is going to be happening. I would say at least a week, because they're probably going to take some feedback from the open beta and implement it before they release it to the live game. So it's probably a good week or 2 before we get the combat update. I would assume mid-March, but no official date has been given yet. Because we're probably going to get at least 1 patch to the beta, so they can take all the feedback and implement it. And then after that feedback update, they'll probably then release it to the live game. And that's going to take at least a week or 2. What device do I generally play Pokemon with? Normally Nintendo Switch. I don't play any of the mobile Pokemon games. I don't play Pokemon Go. I don't play, I did play Pokemon Unite, but when I did, I would play it on Switch, not on mobile. I don't play that trading card game that they just came out with. So if I ever do, it's always on Switch. Though I would do it on PC if they ever release stuff on PC. They really love doing just Switch or Switch plus mobile. They never do PC ports. I really wish they would as a bot. That's one thing kind of annoying about all things Pokemon. Is they never ever do a PC version. Like at best you'll get a mobile version. Yeah, there's emulators where you could do mobile games on PC, but it's not the same as having an actual PC port. Because it still has all the mobile interface. Like, it's not optimized for PC when you do it that way. It's the same issue when you try using, like, Steam Link to play Brighter Shores right now on mobile. Because that's something you can actually do. Using Steam Link to make Brighter Shores go into mobile. But the problem with that is it's all optimized for PC, not mobile. So a lot of the interfaces are way too small and stuff like that. Because it's not an actual official mobile version. It's just the PC version being emulated onto, or not emulated, but, you know, streamed onto mobile. So none of it's optimized for mobile. But the same issue happens the other way around when you're emulating a mobile game on the PC. Alright, one more level, we're almost there. So we can stop doing beers and move on to plant and go get our weapon upgrade made. But we'll probably go to the alt first and then go to the, because I want to go test the beta with the new quest thingy. We'll either do one or both of them. I might just do the one because it could be the same thing both times anyways. Even though the title does say 2 times over. But, you know, it's the same thing over again. We'll be able to see it all from one. I just gotta make sure I switch to the beta at the right time and not accidentally complete it beforehand. Because we gotta do the quest all the way up to the quest boss fight. And to see what the difference is. There's just some kind of new weird quest scaling system with the new update that I haven't gotten to see yet. We'll be able to see it when our other accounts go do Lost and Found. I mean, Lost Shipment. I keep saying Lost and Found. They already have Lost and Found completed. But they're both doing Lost Shipment today. Yeah, we'll go test that after we get a level. Shouldn't take that long. The quest is really short. It's like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I just realized our carpentry level's starting to get scary high. I should almost start dumping this knowledge into something else. Oh no, I guess for one more day it shouldn't matter that much. Because we still have all the logs up to level 208 woodcutting to go carpenter. And I need to try not to overshoot 216. Well, actually, never mind. That's fine. Never mind. It's fine. Because 224 is the number we need to not overshoot. So if we do overshoot at some, that's actually fine for later down the line if we ever want to do post 216 carpenter. It's 224 is the next milestone that really matters after 216. So never mind, overshooting's fine. We just have to not overshoot 224. Alright, let me go double check again. Is there any Q&A questions yet? Come on, show us the Q&A. Show us the Q&A. None over there. I'll check the other spot. Any Q&A? No. Oh, here it is. The combat Q&A is expected to come next week now. No, it got delayed! It's ready to go, just needs Andrew's proofing to make sure all answers are correct. Oh no! Okay, never mind. It's not happening today. RIP. It's not happening yesterday. It's not happening today. It's not happening till next week. Oh. Well, we'll cover it next week then. Yeah, originally supposed to be yesterday. And then assumably today, but it just got confirmed that it's not coming till next week. That's fine though. But yeah, it basically answers a bunch of questions related to combat. The only weird thing, though, is all those questions were sent before the combat beta. So I don't think it includes any new questions from after the combat beta. That's the only thing that's going to be kind of weird about that Q&A. Is that they're all pre-combat beta questions, not post-combat beta questions. I just realized that level's 39. Nice. I like when numbers have something going for them. Next really cool number is 4,000 though, or 4004 for the mere 4004. Yeah, we already kind of knew that. The combat update is likely mid to late March. It was already pretty likely not coming next week. But they basically confirmed that it's not coming next week. So we kind of already knew that. Like, second week of March is the absolute earliest it could come. It's more likely to be the third or fourth week. If it even makes it in March. I sure hope so. Also, I just realized something. Since we solved Warple today, That reminded me, he's actually a Cryo Knight as well. Does anyone know who, oh, I forget his name. But does anyone remember what class Tier 1 is? I need to ask Miles ES later. Because I'm pretty sure they know. Because Miles ES is Hammer Mage. This is Cryo Knight. I'm not sure what 1 and 3 is, though. But this is Cryo Knight, and this is Hammer Mage. I wonder if there's any Guardians up there. I wonder what the highest Guardian is. There's one leaderboard type that I'm surprised didn't make it into the game. I'm surprised it's not class-specific leaderboards. At least for combat, if nothing else. Miles is chilling at Carpentry? Nice. Yeah, they're probably doing 200 Carpentry right now. I don't think they've done 200 yet. Because it's such a horrible skill. Yeah. They're only now finally getting around to 200 Carpentry. In all fairness, they have a lot of skills. They still need a 200. Their level's gonna skyrocket like crazy. But yeah, they saved some of the worst for last. They're probably doing it so they could do 200 Bone Rate better. Is it slightly more efficient to get 200 Carpentry before 200 Bone Rate? Have no there. You can't remember what number 1 Irksome and Yips are? You want to say Hammer Mage for both? Oops, I'm clicking the things to switch hotkey, but I'm typing it. That's funny. Interesting. Thank you, Miles, yes. You're always around. But huge thanks for everything. I feel like you've answered probably like 100 of my questions, if not more already. Just since launch. I'll say probably like 200. You're KPing Carpentry all the way to 200? I wouldn't advise that. There are quite a few logs that are really good value to bank. Just because they're really close proximity to a bank. So you generally want to do at least some amount of Carpentry. Yeah, if nothing else, I guess I'm giving Miles ES a bunch of stuff to have on a second or third monitor. I know whenever I'm playing off stream, I have at least like 3 things going on at any given time. I don't do that when I'm streaming. Or whenever I'm off stream, I have a billion things all at once. Though I haven't really watched any Twitch streams, though. Like, I've watched a couple people who've streamed it onto YouTube and YouTube videos on the game. Oh no, I just hate bringing up Twitch, because I just like never really use Twitch, so I just pretty much never have it up on like any device. Actually, is Twitch even available on mobile? I guess it is. Probably like a Twitch app or something. Something I never do though. I actually never watch YouTube or anything like that on mobile. It's way too small of a screen. I would sooner use my TV than use a mobile app for it. Oh, you meant Bone Rate? Yeah, that makes sense. Though I do have to say, it's actually not worthwhile knowledging Bone Rate after 200. It's a lot better to do the passive than to knowledge it. Bone Rate is rather unique when it comes to the AFK activities, in that basically every AFK activity it has, except for one type, is pure profit. There's only 2 exceptions to that. One of them is one where you lose money if you don't do the Gather component, and it's not worth doing the Gather component. And the second one gives you Cement. The Cement one technically loses you money, but because Builder AFK is going to be so good, or is likely to be really good, you're technically not losing money. It's just money that's being allocated for later for when you do the Builder AFK. It's by far the most useful 1 to 8k, probably in the entire game, like to do the passive for. Because almost all passives are pure profit, and one of the 2 that aren't preps you for Chapter 5 with all this bone mail cement. Yeah, I've been starting to pivot slowly towards it. I was doing alchemy for a little bit, but now that we don't need to do alchemy anymore, I'm doing all-in bone rate. And honestly, I might just stay on all-in bone rate until a while. I might just keep going and going and going with it. The only exception is at 229, I might AFK to 238 so we can get to the next potion for alchemy. But aside from that last little bit of time frame right there, I'm pretty sure I'm putting the rest on bone rate for the next month or 2. It might not look like it since we're only like 1 level above 200, but it is the game plan. But the only exception, you do have to go 231 stonemason as well at some point. Which I'm not looking forward to, but it is something that needs to be done. So we can actually go use the stuff that I can mine. Unless I want to just buy it from the shop or something, which after the new update might be viable. We'll have to wait and see. Because if they don't adjust the prices from shops, but keep the current profit that you get from crafting stuff, you don't actually lose as much money from buying it from the shop anymore, compared to what you currently do. So it's slightly more worthwhile to shop buy for all 3 production skills going forward, assuming they don't adjust any prices and keep everything as is in the beta right now. All of that is subject to change, though. But if they keep it exactly as is in the beta, you actually lose less money from buying from the shop. You still lose money, but you lose less. Because the only 2 really big expenses we have going into the next chapter is to buy the 200 all Mines of Matubin cape, which is slightly under 13 gold, and then buy our pickaxe upgrade, which is like 20-ish gold, somewhere around there, whatever 5 levels is. I think it's like 17, 8-ish gold. I just looked up this number the other day and I already forget what it is. Actually, I think I still have the page to go look it up as well, and I still forget what it is. I'll go check in a second. Because we know the cape is slightly under 13. I forget what our pickaxe cost is, though. But aside from that, those are the only 2 really big gold costs we have in the near future. Beyond that, our gold just keeps stacking and stacking. Aside from a few potions here and there and a couple other knick-knack stuff. But those are the last 2 really big expensive we have in the near future. Let me just double check real quick. Let me guess, I still have the page up. Yep, I do. I keep forgetting what this number is. So we're at 30. We gotta go to 35. So that is, math. 10, 14, 14.3. Wait, that's a lot cheaper than I thought. Yeah, we pretty much have all the money right now. We need like 27, 28 gold. Let's say 28 total, just to play on the safe side. And we're currently at 26.7. And we need 28 at most. Which we should have by the time we finish combat. Like, pretty much on the dot. Speaking of which, there we go, 165. Alright, game plan. Let me go bank all this. And then, I guess we'll bring this guy to his AFK activity. Then go do the 2 ults real quick, and then come back to this, go make the weapon, and then go start fighting our next enemy. But I think it's time to go do Lost Shipment, and go test the beta thingy. So before we test the beta, I do have to bring them to the quest boss. I'll do it for only 1. Not sure if we're going to bother doing both right now. Even though the title technically does say both, but obviously it's not going to take that long to do it off stream. Not sure if people would want to see it twice in a row. We should be able to see, unless I mess it up, we should be able to see all of it just one time over. So we'll try doing on just the 1 in case I somehow mess it up when I transfer it over to the beta. But I'll go get it to the boss fight so we can then see what the difference is in the beta test. Because I haven't seen anyone test this yet. I'm pretty sure someone has. But at least as far as the videos, like Tell and I think Vanessa or whatever her name is, that one V person that covers a bunch of good videos. Both of those two people did not show it in their videos. Like how the quest scaling properly works. Oh, this is not the AFK I wanted. Mostly because it would take way too long to do if you didn't already have an account set up for it. But luckily we do. You just gotta go do the quest like 10 minutes and we'll be there. So let's go do that. Oh, we don't need that tab anymore. Let's just bring him to his bone right AFK. And off we go. Alright, you keep doing this. Good job. Oh, so your cape despawns whenever you do that. Alright, let's do it on our Guardian. I like our Guardian more. Though I do have to say, this looks so clean, this outfit. I like this outfit a lot. I really like the Hammer Mage's body. It makes for such a nice, like, offset, like, piece in the middle. It looks really futuristic as well. Something about that body I really, really like. Unfortunately, every other class doesn't have access to it. Though I guess you technically will as any class after the rework. Because after the second rework, you're allowed to use all faction gear. So everyone could decorate in this body then, afterwards. Not sure what it looks like at the higher tiers because this thing is such a low level. But let's go do it on Guardian. But this guy's also geared a little bit better. Alright, let's go do the quests. Put away all this, so all that junk. And let's go do this quest. So, Lost Shipment. What on earth are we supposed to do? I can start this quest by talking to Cohen in Branoff Dining Hall. Also, I completely forgot how to do this quest, by the way. I know it's pretty straightforward, so we should be fine. There's like 3 quest items total. It's not like you have to do that much. Alright, let's go head over to the dining hall. So what I basically want to do is do this quest all the way up to the quest boss fight. And then go to the beta and see how much different it is compared to a normal game. I want to do it in the beta first because, oh, I just realized too, am I even geared for this chapter? In the beta, we technically are, because we can use any chapter gear. But, yeah, let's hope this is good enough. I didn't even think about that. We're only fighting a level 30, so we should be fine in this. What's my weapon looking like? Not good, but it should be good enough. I'm more concerned about it in the beta, even though we're really under-geared for this chapter. Alright, anyways, let's go to Branoff thing and go start this. Should you level your alts? Yes, you should definitely have your alts doing something. Hey, it's missing pair. But you should definitely be having your alts do something. Oops, I am going nowhere near where I need to be going. I forgot, this is Branoff's place. If you plan to enable trading on them, you gotta get them to Chapter 4. Beyond that, having them either get a really high production skill and a skill you don't plan on training on your main account, or getting them to a really high combat level could be beneficial. As all combat is pure profit, and eventually you can use wealth potions to make it even better. Let's go help Branoff. Oh wait, he has techs. Oh gosh, I gotta go search everything. There we go. Alright, gotta go get the captain off the Invincible, then go have a dinner with him. Go catch that random fish. Use it as ransom to catch the thief, and go from there. And then we can actually go test the boss fight. But yeah, after this, both the two alts will officially have half the quest done. The only ones left after this would be Branoff Inheritance, Forgotten Things, Spirit Essence, and Bountiful Fortune Hold. With Spirit Essence likely being the next one because it's really easy. Also, I find it funny, these rooms actually aren't revealed to us, but we know where everything is. Because the way the room system works in this game is obviously you can only ever see one ahead of you. But eventually you form a visual map in your head where everything is. So even though our character doesn't have any of these unlocked, it doesn't matter at all, because we already know where everything is, even without being able to see it. I find that really funny. Because even though it's not visually there, you know where the entire map is after a little while. That's what object permanence is for. Like, even if you can't see it, you still know it's there. It's one of the things I can't get with people that don't like the room system as much for that reason. Like it not being as open world or something. Also, which one of these is the right one? What? so confused. Oh, I'm wearing guard equipment, aren't I? I forgot. It's one of those quests. I forgot. During this quest, you gotta not wear guard equipment at multiple different times. So until the boss fight, I shouldn't put any of this on. Alright. Oh, what is this thing? Cohen asked me to find some missing plumage thing. I have 2 leads. You have agreed to Captain blah blah blah. Talk to him at the restaurant. Talk to the client at the hooked hand. Now we'll talk to hooked hand guy first then. Because that's closer. Oh, is it not Big Sheen? Oh. Who was it? Talk to the clientele at the cooked hand. Who? Was it you? Shady civilian? I forget who I have to talk to here. Because I don't have a text box, which makes me think I have to do the other one first. Oh, never mind. This might be the one. No. Yes. Okay. Thank you. That should be all the info we need. That we're out here. Alright, now we talk to the guy at the dab, then we go catch the random fish. And we should be good to go. And the random fish you have to catch is the 25 fishing requirement. It's the only reason why this quest has like any requirement at all to even begin with. Then I guess the fact you have to kill 2 level 30s, but I want to see how they scale in the beta. That's the whole reason why we were testing this. Then they were finally at the point where we can do it. I think I work on Branolf Inheritance next. Actually no, I probably work on Spirit Essence for them next to get them some free combat XP there. But then after Spirit Essence, we'll definitely go in for Branolf so they can have more storage. I'm doing a new system before trading comes out. Even though trading's probably no time soon. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Gotta pay for our meal. It's pretty important. Oh, so what's going on with his eye patch? Looks kind of funny from that angle. He's not wearing that particularly well. Oh no, we got all 6s! Oh no! We got 666 silver and 6 copper. Oh, that's really funny. Oh, did I do the dialogue wrong? Ah, this is one of those things where you have to do it correctly. What? Oh, it's the other one. I keep thinking that one dialogue is wrong. It's actually the right one. There we go. Alright, now we should be good. Alright, Cohen asked me to find some missing thingy. Captain Shrieker accidentally gave the shipment to a man in a blue waistcoat. You can send a weapon order to the illusion by hiding a note in the fetid flounder. Oh yeah, how do I get the note though? I know how to get the flounder, we're getting that right now. I forget where we get the note. Captain accidentally gave the thing to guy. Order to the illusion by hiding a note in the flounder. I guess what's his name would probably have the note. The one on the Victorian or whatever it's called. The Vincible. I said, hello Ron, welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. We're currently testing the combat change to quests. Just gotta do this quest real quick. To the point where we actually have to do the combat. Alright, how do I get a note in you? I forget who we grabbed a note from. I'll check the Vincible first. I'm pretty sure it's the Invincible guy you get it from. Just in case while I'm here, I'll check the hooked hand. If no one here has a dialogue box, it's probably not the case. I'm pretty sure it's the Invincible guy. Yeah, it's the Invincible guy. And now we're pretty much good to go. I think we do the combat then. We just gotta go turn in the fake flounder, have them buy it, and then it leads us straight to the thief den. Please tell me there's a dialogue box above your head. That's problematic. Oh yeah, he's at the place. Wait, do I have to re-talk to him for it? Who on earth do you get this note from? Wait. Maybe I have to re-talk to him now that I have the flounder? Oh, I thought you got the note first. Whatever I did the first time around, I already had the note by this point. So I actually don't remember how I got it. Maybe Branoff had the note? I could double check Branoff again. Because I gotta give it to this guy and then hide behind the bush. But I need the note to be in it first. Oh wait, can I just write a note? Oh, I don't have the ink and pen thingy. I could get that real quick. Let me just double check what's his name. This might be one of those weird quests where you have to write your own note. But this account is missing the key item to do it. Because I never need to grab it until now. Yeah, I think that's the case. I see our problem now. I'm missing the key item to go do this. I gotta go get it real quick. I think I have found our problem. Alright, there we go. Problem solved. I was just missing the key item to make it work. I forgot about that. Because I don't think any of my two alt accounts ever bothered grabbing it yet. Oh, there's the missing pair. Missing pair did it. Missing pair was the thief all along. Yeah, I think we can switch to the beta now. Let me just make sure that we're all the way at the boss fight. Oh yeah, don't I need to get a unibrow at some point? Don't I have to go to the hairdresser and get a unibrow? I don't know, where's the prompt you get the unibrow thing? Guess I'll go get one right now, though. Oh, is there not a dialogue for the thing? Gosh, I forgot how this quest even works. Cohen asked me to find some missing blah blah blah, 2 leads. I followed a man you believe is working for the illusion to a building on Monobrow. Ah! Monobrow, that's funny. Monobrow. I never noticed that. Babe, do you just give yourself a monobrow now? I've never done this since they switched the shop. How do you even change the monobrow? Maybe it's under eyes? No, that's just eye color. Where's like the glasses? It's hard to tell if it's a unibrow or not, though. Is that a unibrow? Because before, I thought there was a dialogue box where you could just unibrow yourself. There shows like a zoom function here. I can't tell what it is. Like, is that a unibrow or is he just angry? So hard to tell. I don't know, what does the wiki say? He's actually completely forget at this point. Because they changed how this hairdresser works. Compared to how you did it at launch. Here we go, hairdresser. Head directly east of the town square. Wait, strange man. You entered a restaurant South Stone Street to town man in a waistcoat. You heard recently obtained a few... it could be that we were lacking info. That might be our problem. I think there's a random NPC we didn't talk to. Okay, that's our problem. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to talk to him first. I forgot I had to talk to him. Now there should be an option on the person to get a unibrow. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Alright, I haven't changed the quest. I just forgot to talk to someone. What's even funnier is we're wearing a unibrow plus an eye patch now. Alright, now we should be able to get in. And then we can switch over to the beta and see what happens. Alright, so notice he's currently a level 30 thief. Oh, so I wonder what happens if I do it directly in the room. About to find out. Alright, hello black screen. Hello darkness, my old friend. Alright, anyways, let me switch to beta. Where even is Brighter Shores right now? 1 second. 1 moment as I switch over to the beta. Betas, beta, update. Beta, update game, update, downloading, loading, almost there. Alright, let's see what happens. Moment of truth. What level are they going to be? They're currently level 30. They'll also keep in mind our combat's also being like more than doubled here. We should be moving to like a 115, 120-ish. Okay, it's stuck at the last... There we go. Did the same thing last time. It keeps getting stuck all the way at the end. Oh, it's not keep sensitive at all. Oh, you can't make multiple of the same? I feel like you were able to before. Alright, this shows him as level 30. But it could just be that they haven't fixed his level until we talk to him. Let me try if I go out of the room. Okay, they're still showing as level 30. What's my best weapon right now? It's hard to tell. I wish it also had auto weapon. I think it's this, oddly enough. 143. Technically it's this. Alright, let's see if he gets upgraded here. He should be not a level 30. Alright, what level is he? He's still a level 30! Wait, what? I thought Quisp were supposed to be skilled. Wait, he's still a level 30. We're about to obliterate him. That's weird. Did they forget to, or... What happened to quest scaling? He's still a level 30. Oh no. Maybe when I try it on the other account, I should do it in a way where we don't activate the room yet. And see if that makes any difference. Maybe because I activated the room, it locked them in at level 30. But yeah, they were only level 30. I thought they were supposed to scale to some degree. But yeah, let me try it again on the other account. This is what I was concerned with. Let me try it again on the other account. See how well XP works here. Also, that reward is so pitiful now. Also, we got like not even a fourth of a level. That is so sad. Alright, let me go test something. Alright, log out, get out of here. Back to main game. Alright, let me try that again, but this time don't go in the room. I was concerned about this. Let me this time not go in the room on the other account. And try it that way. So I guess we are doing it twice right now, but we should be way quicker to do it a second time. Now that we'll know everything we need to go do. But let's try it again, but before we load the beta, we don't ever step foot in the room to not load them in as level 30s. We gotta let the first load be on the beta and not in the main game. Alright, loading. There we go, we're back in. Alright, well, while we're here, we might as well do the quest so we can get back to his AFK activity. Alright, let's do this again, but for real this time. But it should still be pretty easy, though it was way easier in the beta. If they are going to stay as level 30. It's definitely a harder fight. Though we're so over-leveled, we should be fine. The level 30s were 49. Before, it was level 30s and we were level 118. In either situation, it's a pretty free fight. Let's see how much EXP we get, though. Because in the other system, we'd even get to, like, 1/4 a bar from this amount of EXP. Yeah, there we go. And quest completed. Yeah, look how much more XP we got this time around. Interesting. But of course it's going into a way smaller level rather than a bigger level, comparatively. Anyways, let's get him to his AFK and then we'll go and do the thing on the other one. So when I do it on the other one, it could be because I loaded them in earlier that they were stuck at that level. So the game plan this time around is when we load into the beta, we do it before we ever enter the room. And if they're still level 30, I think that's working incorrectly. Because I could have sworn they were supposed to upscale in some way. I think it's the same issue raid dens currently have. In that they don't scale correctly. Also, that is way better than the current one we have. Alright, let's go get him back to his AFK and then we'll go do it again. But this time, before we ever enter the room, we'll go to the beta. Just to make sure they don't load in at level 30. But if they still come in at level 30, then that's a problem with the beta. Because they should be upscaling in some way. What level they should be, I don't know. But they shouldn't be level 30. Alright, round 2. This time, let's not mess it up. Then we'll go back to farming on the main account. Alright, none of this is guard equipment, so none of this should trigger the dialogue. This is all hammer mage equipment. It's only guard that triggers the quest dialogue. Oh! Do you have the pen and ink? Let me go grab that. So we don't have to wander for it later. We'll even queue them up. Oh, we can't queue them because of the dialogue box. Oh, no, you can. Nice. There we go. Alright, we're out here. You know what? We'll even grab the chest. Gear drop, go. Nope. Gonna loot the whole place. If we're gonna loot partial, might as well go for the whole thing. Oh, so we're exactly level 600 on the dot. I didn't pay attention to how much fishing XP we got. Hopefully we got at least a level from it. Because at some point I do need to unlock the Venture. The Venture's all the way at like 39 though. Oh, where am I going? I need to go to Branolf. Made the same mistake earlier. I will do cooked hand, we'll go to Vincible. We'll catch the fish. Actually, let me go to Vincible first. Because I believe I can immediately catch the fish after. Oh, or do I have to talk to the Vincible guy first? Alright, we'll try doing it this way and see if we can catch the fish. Because if so, we're going to be closer if we do it this way. Alright, let me go talk to the other guy and see if I'm allowed to catch a fish. Oh, this guy actually runs there? That's funny. I bet he disappears the second we enter the next room. Yep. They didn't bother loading him into every room. He just phases out the second he goes to the next one. It makes sense based on how the game works, but still, it's kind of funny. He's insta-tellies all the way there after the first room. Oh, well, at some point click the right dialogue here. Alright, I believe I can get everything now. I can now write this note. Nope, not nothing. Write the note. Alright, now we can get the fish. And then we talk to him. Talk to the unibrow guy. Get our unibrow. Boom, done. And then don't enter the door. I gotta switch to the beta first to make sure it works. Because I think preloading them might have made it not work. But I gotta never enter that door yet, so he never gets loaded in. And now we talk to the guy in town square, get our unibrow. And then switch to the beta. Alright, perfect. Alright, now there's some guy I should talk to here for unibrow info. I would like my unibrow info, please. One set of unibrow info. Alright, perfect. Alright, let me get my unibrow first, and then I'll just do the whole step from there. And then we should be good to go. Or monobrow, whatever it's called. Alright, there we go. Get our monobrow. Yeah, let me keep this off because we might need to have it open for when the quest actually happens. Then we turn into fish. And just to really make sure, I'm gonna log out here before the guy's even like loaded in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I'm gonna log out right here and go to the beta. Might have to see some of the cutscene twice, but it's fine. Alright, beta access on. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what happens here. Update. We're probably gonna have to watch this cutscene twice, but I want to make sure he's not loaded in any way, shape, or form yet. I'm pretty sure it doesn't happen until you enter the door, but just to play it extra safe. We're not even going to let him load in any shape or form at all. Wait, why did I type wrong? Wait, is it key sensitive? Oh, I spelled understand wrong. Alright, so we're level 119 right now currently. Let's see if they're still level 30 or if they upscale at all. But if they were to do it in our current lowest stripe, they should be 72 plus whatever they're going to add. Like if they have bare minimum, should be level 72. If they're still level 30, something's going wrong. But yeah, bare minimum, they should be 72. Nope, they're still level 30. Huh. Let's see if they upscale here. That is so weird. Is that just a mistake or what? Because I thought the quests were supposed to scale. I'm literally punching him to death. Yeah, why are they level 30? This has to be a bug. But they're still level 30. Huh. Alright, well, yeah, it's just a bug on their end then. Should probably report it. Because they're not scaling at all. Like, at all. Like, we're literally punching them with, like, no gear on. Other than a few armor pieces. And they're being obliterated. Yep. Weird. Alright. Back to main game. Long story short, there's a bug. Or it seems to be a bug. Because neither of them scaled properly at all. They're both level 30. I'm pretty sure they are supposed to be slightly higher than 30. Maybe not a lot higher than 30, but definitely higher than 30. Unless they just got rid of quest scaling or something. Yeah, let's go finish it for real now. Oh, missing Pyrokeem for his thievery again. Talking to the hand mode. Let's go see the comparison. Let's see what happens if I try punching them. We're level 48. Let's see if we can get away with punching them again. Am I in just fist right now? Yeah, I'm in literally just fist. Let's see what happens if we punch them. Just for the fun of it. Like, let's see the difference with punching them in the beta compared to now. I'm pretty sure the beta is supposed to be scaled higher than that, though. So just in case, let me grab a weapon. I forgot, it has to be a guard weapon, doesn't it? Because we're not allowed to use anything. After the update we can, not now though. No. No weapon. Only punch. It's definitely going to be a closer fight. Well, less an advantage as before. Though in all fairness, it's fair. He's punching us too. It's only fair. Alright, this is a full punch fight. We got this. A lot less one-sided than the beta, but see if we win or not. Oh, so why does he get the punch one tick quicker than us? That's not fair. We got a 5-tick punch and he has a 4-tick punch. There we go. Oh, that's not even enough for a fishing level. We did get a guard level out of it, though. Nice, nice. Alright, let me go derobe everything. Oh, I gotta actually unequip it, don't I? I should make sure to go do that for the other guy, too. Make sure he's not holding a weapon. Otherwise, they hold a weapon on the main title screen. Oh, that was pretty straightforward. Oh, so hello, Tyrion! I assume you've seen the Pokemon Direct earlier today, or whatever it's called. What am I doing? Oh yeah, bringing you to the AFK activity so we can go back to the main account. But that is double lost shipment completed. Also, I think we found a bug. Because the quests don't seem to be scaling at all. Both times they were level 30s, and I'm pretty sure they're supposed to scale some to be not that level. But both times we did it, they were still level 30 in the beta. Something you should probably look into. Because I'm pretty sure those things are supposed to scale a little bit to your level. Alright, back to the main account. Let's make sure the other guy's de-weaponed. Yeah, he's not de-weaponed yet. Let me go do that real quick. Oh, so are these my good yellow boots? I just realized this might not be my good pair of yellow boots. Oh no. How could we? Where's the ones that are trimmed in yellow? Are you the ones? The problem is I don't know which one it is. It's hard to tell based on just the rim. Looks like these. Aha, I found them. Alright, there we go. Gotta get our nice yellow trim boots. So it matches the rest of the yellow trim. Alright, we're out here. Let's see, did they both look correct on the main title screen? They should. Yep, and yep. Alright, we're good to go. Back to the main account. It took like 45 minutes. That wasn't too bad. All the beta testing for the quest and everything. Anyways, let's go make our weapon. Blue hearts for Team Totodile. Yeah, you two have convinced me to go Totodile. I'll go Totodile for Pokemon ZA. Has it been confirmed yet if the game has co-op or not? Oh, so hello, Chad. Welcome, welcome. We definitely got to do it later. When it comes out later this year. Hey, let me double check. What do I even need right now? I need to go make a weapon upgrade at 165, but I don't know what levels I need. I got a Hammer Mage 149. Which means I could just make a 199 and just do whatever for the other component. Or make a 166 and just make whatever for the other. Alright, we'll do it that way. I'll make whatever our high sword is and then just adjust the bone right item. Yeah, hopefully we get lucky. Luckily we don't need a particular percent. The second we get a 3-star sword, we're done. And we gotta do the bone rate component real quick. Oh, I just realized, do I want the big blue sword? No, physical's fine. The only thing we'll need that blue sword for is the Viper at 183. But if I really, really want a blue weapon for that, I should just make a new weapon at like 180-ish. The problem with doing that is the Wendigo at 197 I can't use blue sword for. Worst comes to worst, we can always stay on the previous enemy. I see loads of upcoming Mighty Mark raids coming to Scarlet and Violet. I saw a few of them. Yeah, definitely let me know when they're going and I'll help you with them and Isabel. Just so I don't miss any. I don't think I've missed any yet. If I did, I think I missed like one of them. Not too big a deal if we do get all of them, but I do want to try for them whenever they're around. Hey, come on, RNG. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, let's do it again. One more time. Yeah, let's go do some math. It's math time. Calculator, go. All right, let's do some math. I could just deposit all, but there we go. What is 165 times 3 minus 149 minus whatever we just made, which was a 166. I need a 180 bone right item. Off we go. You'll DM me everything? Thank you. Yeah, I'll check it later. Because I haven't looked up anything beyond what was in the presents itself. A lot of the pseudo legends. Ooh. A lot of the dragons. Oh yeah, we definitely got to go for them. Hey, 2 idle replies here. Oh gosh, I still got a lot of bones we got to go process later. We got exactly 777 bone spike, and these are just from the shades. This is from shade only. This is from shade only, and this is from the bears. That's really funny. But yeah, this is from the tier 2 shade. This is from the tier 3 shade, and this is from the bears. Though we'll be getting slightly more when we get to tier 4 shade as well. But these are pretty much just from shades right there. That's from every bear we've done. It is actually good because this is the highest tier bone we could do at the moment as well. These two are a little bit of a waste, but so few I might as well just process them. It's not that big a deal. Plus I had pretty few of them earlier anyways because I didn't bother banking as much because they're so far away, but the shades are really quick to bank. So we'll be able to get a few more of them compared to before. And bone spike's like the second best we could be doing. So it's also pretty good. No, it's actually third best, but still fine. Anyways, what am I doing? I'm making a weapon. I just don't know what weapon I need. Because I don't know what bone right does at all at any given level range. I gotta make a tier 4 spear, it looks like. Just want to make the longbow, but it's too annoying. So we gotta make a low tier 4 spear. That's fine. That's the first time we're actually making this quarterstaff, oddly enough. About to get that first time bonus. Well, unless we'll need to do when we go do all of them. Come on, first try. Nope, first time bonus though. So it looks like a really long wrench. I just noticed that. It's just a double-sided wrench. This one looks a little bit less wrenchy. But the actual model of it right here just looks like a double-sided wrench. That just happens to have a really long wooden pole for no reason. Look at that. It's a wrench. It's a very long wrench. Also, I say that a double-sided wrench. Aren't most wrenches double-sided? I guess there are such a thing as one-sided wrenches. I feel like a lot of them are dual size. Just so you don't need as many wrenches. Though in all fairness, I haven't used a wrench in like a decade, so I have no clue. Yeah, normally they're either dual-sided or one-sided with a ring on the other end, so you can hang them up. Normally the dual-sided ones are the ones that you keep in cases, because there's like a billion different ones for like every size wrench you would ever need. And to cut down on having to make as many, they dual-side a lot of them. Like if you were to buy like a 10 wrench kit, like those are more likely to be double-sided. Alright, come on, give us our weapon. At least this isn't horrible XP rate. It's not the best XP we'd be getting, but it's actually not horrible for our level range. But the earlier we can get this, the better. This is also our last or second to last time we ever have to craft a weapon. At most, we should only have to craft a weapon one more time for the rest of our combat for any chapter. With the only exception being I need to make a 267 longsword later. But as far as 200 all, this is either the last time or second to last time we have to make a weapon. Depending on how drops go. So always bring up chat in case someone was chatting to me in a various room. Because I feel like a lot of times people talk to me and I don't even notice. Because they're still in the same room, so the dialogue box goes there, but I'm not paying attention to the chat box, so I never see it. Like, ever. Oh no, that's something else I should do as a poll one day. Probably not tomorrow, though. But do you guys actually keep the chat menu always open? Like, do any of you play like this? With, like, side menu open there, and chat on the bottom? Like, I always keep chat closed unless someone's directly messaging me in any way. Otherwise, I always close it back down. But do any of you actually play with it open the whole time? Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad. I think the problem with it being open, though, is aren't a lot of your hotkeys, like, failed? Like, they don't work? Because then you can't, like, WASD or do the number click thing. Alright, let's go get our new weapon. And then we'll go ahead for the final goal of this stream, which is around 171 combat. Basically, I want to be able to kill consistently the outlaw. That's our main goal right now. Oops, I didn't mean to tune the item, but it's fine. Because it would have gotten auto-tuned if I infused it. 165. I did do correct math, and it's going from a 235 to a whatever this number is. From 235 to a 250. So it gained like 15 power. Technically 16 because one of those powers was probably from the level it had. Alright, where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm killing the big mushroom guy. I'll just walk there. There's a teleport there, but we're already so close. To the mushroom! I believe this is also the last time we ever have to kill the mushroom until the update. A lot of the enemies we're coming up to are going to be the last time we ever have to kill them. The goblin was the last time. The bear was the last time. This mushroom will be the last time. This one. Because I believe we only have 2 enemies left, really. Well, we have this one, and then these 2 repeat. And that's it, because this will be our final enemy. Technically, we could kill this one some as well, but if I have a blue weapon by then, I can't. Oh, I just realized I don't have my potions on me. Ah, no. Do I need to go all the way back to get potions? I do. Mistakes have been made. Wait. I forgot my 5 and 7%. So when's the quest coming out that we get auto-equipable potion? Because I would love that. I feel like we're going to get the whole combat merge before it happens, which is kind of sad. Because I need that quest to be added to the game so badly. So we never have to do this walk of shame again of forgetting our potions. Because I always forget them. Plus them just not taking up inventory is so nice. Oh, so we're running out of 7%, so I only have 180 left. Gotta be careful. I don't have any way to get more for a very, very, very long time. Like, absurdly long. Like, the next time we can make more is when we can do 8%. Oh, so hello, Kinky! Welcome, welcome! And we can't make 8% until level 344 alchemy. Which we are nowhere near. Like, not even close. They only have 180 left. It's not a lot. Oh, I forgot. I have a slow hitting weapon right now. Do I not have a better one at all? I feel like I have a better weapon than this. Let me go double check. Because I'd rather have a slow hitting, stronger weapon right now. And the reason I was using this is because it was more AFK for the goblins we were killing earlier. And the bears that we were just killing to stream are weak to blue. But against this enemy, it would actually be better to run our Necromace Spear that I believe we have banked. Let me just double check. It should hit slightly harder than what we're using now. Maybe. We'll check. Oops, I wanted to check the difference. Why did it just immediately go? It's a 207 compared to... Nope, it's weaker. Oh no, but it still has the slow benefit. You know what? We're still just gonna go with this. It's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna stick with this. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. If nothing else, this lets us get to auto attack quicker without doing anything. But I believe this is the last enemy type we have to kill. At least for 5 levels until we get to 170. We only have 4 total enemies left. Maybe technically 5. Like, it's technically 6 if you count the mushroom we're on right now. But by the time we start tomorrow's stream, we should only have 2 enemies left. Oh, what tier of log is this? 125? I don't think these are worth banking. The next tier up, maybe, because that'd be a tier 5. But I don't believe they even have that drop anymore after the beta. After the beta, I believe instead of dropping logs, they drop the 35% heal potion. Did we finish Lost Shipment? Yeah, we just did Lost Shipment on both the accounts earlier. And I think we found a bug because it wasn't level scaling at all. We tested it after starting the room and then without the room ever being loaded. And both times they came in at level 30. I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be quest level scaling and there wasn't in either instance. It's the same bug that Raid Den seem to have at the moment. And that they don't seem to be level scaling at all. But yeah, something they need to go fix in the beta. But yeah, we absolutely obliterated them. We were punching them, hitting them as if we were using an actual weapon. They were so weak compared to our level. Though in all fairness, even in the main game we were able to punch them to death. So the battle was a lot closer. But in the beta we punched them to death, but it looked like we were using like a 4-star weapon. But how much damage we were doing. I'll catch you later, Chad. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. And as Isabel mentioned, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. If you guys still have any other questions, let me know as well. As the rest of the stream, we're pretty much just doing combat. As has been pretty much the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So we're almost done. This is basically the third to last stream that we're doing combat for the next month or two. Because we're going to be doing it today. Tomorrow we'll finally have 200 and maybe go a little bit stretch goal on a couple of them. And then the only other day that we'll be doing combat in the next like 2 months is the exact day that the beta reaches the main game. So the current changes that are in the beta actually reaches and integrates into the main game. Of course, we died. But the day the actual beta thing is like live in the main game is also, we'll do a little bit of combat that day. But aside from those 3 days, I probably won't be doing combat again until they implement the skill tree and special attacks. So we got like 3 streams more of it until then. And they're probably not implementing that for a good 2 months at this rate. Let's see, where am I going? Back to deep. But then we go back on the skilling grind. You're in Hot Pot? Nice. Yeah, I love that minigame. Honestly, if I was to ever go back to Palia, I almost want to go back there just to farm that minigame. I'm a big fan of minigames in all games. Even in the original RuneScape, we actually had top leaderboard on some. I'm not sure if any of you from OG RuneScape, I think it came out in 2008. Are aware, or maybe 2009 or 11 or whatever it was, but it's a game that's actually not in RuneScape 3 anymore. It was called Mobilizing Armies in OG RuneScape. It was basically like a real-time strategy kind of thing. I actually held top page leaderboard for that for the first month it released. I actually enjoyed it so much. Because I played a lot of Warcraft 3, so I had a lot of experience with real-time strategy in that regard. So I really, really enjoyed that minigame. But I really love minigames in all games, especially when it's actually rewarding. Like when the minigame is fun and the reward space for the minigame is good. Big fan of minigames in games. To such a degree where I'll sometimes play the game more so for their minigames than the game itself. As long as the game has a good minigame in it, or multiple good minigames. I feel like one of my favorite of all time was probably Sonic Adventure 2's Chow Garden. Because it basically integrated all pieces of a content into one big mega minigame. Which ended up working so well as a progression system. Like, it was basically a minigame that you could play as the core game, and then play the core game as, like, progress towards the minigame. It was balanced really, really, really well in that regard. Where everything you ever did helped you out with all the minigames. It was probably one of my favorite implementation of minigames in any game ever. Other than the Mario Party series, which is basically all minigames. Yeah, Stealing Creations is still my favorite minigame of all time in RuneScape. I'm really curious to see what Stealing Creations 2 would be like in Brighter Shores. Or, you know, what he would do with it in Brighter Shores. Because I would love to see a Stealing Creations like mini game that incorporates all skills from chapter 1 to 5. It'd be so, so good. Because it incorporated basically every skill in the game plus PvP simultaneously. Which Brighter Shores could really benefit from. Reward shop definitely needs to be a bit weaker though. Stealing Creations shop was a little bit way too strong. But hopefully the second time around he'd balance it a bit better. Yeah, Castle Wars was basically just capture the flag. It was literally just that. Just capture the flag, but in RuneScape engine. It was pretty notorious minigame, but I don't think it would really work in a modern game. Like, I hope Brighter Shores doesn't get the equivalence of that one. Not that the minigame was bad, but people would only like it for so long. Like, it'd become dead content after like a month. Whereas something like a Stealing Creations equivalent would be relevant for years, if not longer. I'm pretty sure it's dead content in modern RuneScape 3. But it was really, really relevant for a long time, pretty much until Evolution of Combat. Like, if he adds a PvP minigame, I hope it's more PvP and skilling rather than just PvP, though. Is any PvP minigame I feel like will be dead in a month. Because there's not going to be enough people who are going to want to do, like, just PvP. Especially in a game so oriented to skilling. Whereas a Stealing Creations equivalent is really good for it. Since it incorporates almost all skills and PvP at the same time. Really? Can you stop getting lucky? I'm about to go get my 25% heal pots. I've had it. I'm using like a best in slot weapon right now. Like, I physically cannot upgrade ourselves more than where we are. We're in a 4-star shield if we were to go use something like that. We got like 1 level lower. Actually, we're using the highest level weapon we even can right now. The enemy itself is only 1 level higher than us. Alright, let me go get the really big potion. This calls for desperate measures. The problem is this is one of those slow-hitting units, so it has really sporadic damage. You'll kill it a few times without it barely even killing you. And then out of nowhere, it will just nuke you out, just wipe you out. Is they're a lot more sporadic with their damage range when they get lucky. It's one of the reasons why hags are so annoying in Chapter 4. Because they have the highest RNG range of pretty much anything in the game. But these are also pretty bad. They're similar to the Death Crows in Chapter 1. Really slow attack, but they hit you really hard when they hit you. I just realized, does it have 2 attack speeds? I never noticed that. Oh, that's interesting. I never noticed that. That is what's happening, right? It's not just the animation. Am I going crazy? I never noticed. It has a one really slow attack and then a quicker, less windy up one. It sure looks like that. Where it does a really big one, very slowly. But then there's a slightly quicker poke. But then a really big one. And then a slightly smaller poke. And then a big one. And a little smaller poke. Except he hit a 65 with it, but still. That's weird. He has a double attack speed. Unless I'm looking at it incorrectly. Never noticed that till just now. But he has one really big wind-up-y one. And then a slightly quicker one after. Is this the only enemy in the game that acts like this? I'm pretty sure it is. I can't recall any enemy in the game that has two different attack speeds, constantly switching between them. Which honestly makes it even more annoying. Because they'll just whack you for a really big hit and then very quickly hit you after. At least with a consistently slow hitting enemy, you can heal out of it. But you can't do that with these. Because their second hit is quicker. Or something that's only hitting slow, there's enough time to heal in between. But with this guy, it's not. At least for his second follow-up slow, quicker hit after the slow one. Which I guess makes it quite fitting that it's going to be dropping the best healing potion in the game later. Because the way that it attacks is actually really anti-healing potion. So it's somewhat thematic that it's the best way to get healing potions down the line. Other than buying it from the shop. Oh, so I like the second I get these healing potions, I never need them. What happened? The second I got all of them, is like, nope. It's never gonna kill us now. It's intimidated by the potions we have in our inventory. It knows we can heal, so it's not going to try hitting as hard. Yeah, since we know we're not getting to Q&A, there is one thing I didn't check yet. Has he replied to the email yet? No. I wonder if he ever will. Oh no, if any of you guys who contacted support before, or you know, for like bugs or anything, have they ever emailed you back, or do they just take the feedback and don't email back? Because I keep refreshing that email every day in case they do. I'm actually not sure if they bother doing that. It's the first time I ever bothered emailing them. I assume they're getting flooded though, given that they're doing the beta test. Like the worst time ever to try emailing them. Probably got like 200 emails. Speaking of which, how much backlogged emails do I have on this account? This is even my main account, and I have 3,843 unread emails. And that's not even my one that has spam. That's my non-spammed email. Has 3,843 unread emails. It's one of my main emails, but it's my non-spam main email. The one that gets way less email to it. Yet it still has like 4,000 unread messages. I'm pretty sure my other one has like over 100,000. Like if there's a cap to how many you can have, will probably reach that cap. Also, something I didn't realize. Google deletes your email if you don't use it for 2 years or more. I'm not sure if that's a newer policy or what, to try to clear up data. But I noticed that because one of my really old emails I used as like a one-off thing for something. I just got an email that email got deleted. I got an email about the email. Come on, use your specs, go. That's one thing that still feels really bad about using 4-star weapons. It feels so bad not being able to use your special attack. The fact that upgrading this to 4-star basically gave us only like 15 power. Compared to how much power it would give when special attacks are out. Oh yeah, that's something else too that I haven't really been mentioning, but probably should be. Save literally every 4-star you have. They are actually spiking their price like crazy in the new patch. Probably in anticipation for trading, so they're doing it now. But 4 stars are worth like absolute bank after the update. So start saving like every 4-star you have. Maybe even fill your bank up just with 4 stars as well. Because they sell multiple times better after the update compared to now. Because they get converted into real items after the update, not crafted items. So making a crafted 4-star now and then converting it into a chapter item, you gotta make sure you tune it to a chapter. But those items that you tune to a chapter that are 4-star are worth so much. Because even though you made them through crafting means, they're still scaled as if you didn't craft them in their sell price. Which is really high compared to now. They're scaled as if they're a dropped item, not a crafted item. So you don't have the crafted reduction on them. They might change that before the patch comes out. But if they don't, like your 4-star gear is worth like 5 times as much in the new patch. Give or take a little bit depending on what it is. Or what level it's at. As well as what your combat level is. Relative to your crafting level. But it's anywhere from like 2 times to 10 times more. Depending on what your levels are, combat-wise. Because the higher your combat level, the more it scales up. You would like to see a Saradomin sword spec? You know what sword I still really want? I mentioned it quite a few times. I really want the Frost two-hand for Crown Knight to be the exact special attack, pretty much, of Zamorak Godsword. It already kind of looks like one. But it needs to have that freeze in place effect with extra damage. Would be so nice. If there is any Crown Knight weapon that gets a freeze effect, it needs to be the big Frost Sword. That, and I really want the Fire Sword to ignite in fire when you use the spec. I'll be disappointed with anything that isn't that. I'm trying to think of a property that had it in it. The one that always comes to mind is How to Train Your Dragon. With the Fire Sword that series has. The only game I could think of that does that with a knight-like character is Strife. So that character that was in that game was based very heavily on How to Train Your Dragon as well. Yeah, that's one thing I'm slightly scared of, though, if I'll be disappointed with special attacks once they come. Because I have some pretty high hopes with them. Because they gotta look really flashy and be very useful. If they're only one without the other, they will be slightly disappointing. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be good, though. If they're anything like RuneScape specs back in the day, they're gonna be really solid. Because all of them had a custom animation, and they were all powerful. So I assume he'll do similar this time around. The way spec meter will work is probably a lot different than how it did back in the day, though. They'll almost guarantee be going for a different spec system. My assumption is an adrenaline system, almost like what RuneScape 3 has or similar games. Where you don't start with full meter, but you build it up over the course of the battle. That's how I assume special attacks will work. The main reason being is that you get full reset every battle. So it makes sense if it's a build-up system rather than you start with 100% meter. How they implement a build-up system, we don't really know how they're going to go about it. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be a build-up system rather than start with your full meter of spec. Oh, speaking of Frost Sword, he's using the Frost Sword right now. Quite a bit of a lower tier one, though. What level is he fighting? Oh yeah, 101, that makes sense. I was gonna say, that looks so wimpy. My longsword's longer than that thing. Maybe that'd be why he's using a lower level one. Because that sword is hefty at like tier 5, tier 6. Oh, don't get me untuned. That's something I'm really gonna like about the new change. It's one of the few changes that's actually really, really good immediately from the new change. Is you could put everything into the Quartermaster storage, and it's not associated to a chapter. But also, you will never get an untuned item ever again. And the benefit of never getting an untuned item ever again is that, what am I trying to go with this? You don't need to worry about not being able to equip it. Because if this was the new system, I would immediately just click equip and we'd be good to go. But under current system, I would have to go all the way to the obelisk to go wear this thing. So even though this is an upgrade, I'm not going to bother wearing it. Because the amount of time it'll take to go to the obelisk just to upgrade 4 levels of leg in the same rarity is not worth it. So even though we got an upgrade, I'm never going to wield it. But under the new system, you would wield this immediately. But every single weapon should have at least one unique spec to it. I don't think they're going to be reusing any specs. Like, every single 4-star weapon for a class should have a completely unique different one. They might have more than one, but they should have at least one unique one each. Or at least I would assume they would do that. Kind of weird if they don't. Like, there might be similarities in specs. Like, a Necromay weapon on Hammer Mage might have a somewhat similar effect to what a, you know, like a Cryo Knight's one does. But they would still have likely unique animations and slightly different with how they end up doing it. Like, a lifesteal on Cryo Knight is likely to be slightly better than a lifesteal on Guardian. Even if they both have a Necromay lifesteal weapon. Or something like a damage over time effect on Guardian is probably way better than a damage over time on Hammer Mage. And something like Hammer Mage is likely to get a better burst damage compared to the other two classes. Because from what it's currently set up as, Hammer Mage is the burst damage class, Guardian is the quick attack damage over time class, and Cryo Knight, of course, is the tank class. Doesn't mean they don't have effects that do other things, but those are like their primary focus once they do get specs and everything. Even their gear already reflects it with what they're currently kitted out for. Yeah, we don't currently know if the different tiers of weapons will have different effectiveness on spec. I assume the answer is no, but that's what the skill tree is for. Because they did mention you'll be able to unlock special attacks through the skill tree. We don't know if this means a weapon having multiple different special attacks that you could equip, or if this means there's like 6 different tiers of a special attack. Where to be able to use the 6th tier, you would not only need to have the skill tree, but potentially also a perfect weapon. So you wouldn't be able to do it on like a tier 4 weapon, you would also need the tier 6 weapon to do it. We don't really know how that's going to work until they say more about how the skill tree will work. Because it hasn't been clarified what that means when they were mentioning that in the past. When they said you unlock special attacks on skill tree. Because that could be interpreted as you upgrading how effective they are. But could also be interpreted as unlocking more than one that you can use as alternative specs. Or you probably only have one equipped, but you can have multiple different ones in that slot. But only one at any given time per weapon. But we don't know which one of those two is actually what they're doing. Assumably you're just upgrading it, because that's easier to code. The other thing would require way too many animations, more than they already have to do. So assumably it's just going to be one spec and you just keep upgrading it. Rather than multiple different ones. But you never know, it could be either or. The latter is definitely way harder to code if they're going to do a unique animation for every different spec. Per every single weapon. Like if every weapon was getting like 5 different specs, that is so much more animations. Compared to if you just had one spec that upgrades like 6 times. Well, technically 5 times, where you'd have the base level 1 and then you have to upgrade for the other 5. Which is the way I assume they're gonna do it. You start off with a default spec to get the better ones, you gotta go through skill tree. We still don't know how deep in the skill tree we needed to go to get them, or if they're gonna be separated by weapon. Or just like one unifying, just spec up meter. Because we don't know if they're dividing it like every single weapon. Or if there's just like one single thing you do on skill tree and it's like, oh, your special attacks are just better now. Oh yeah, it's kind of worth it. I was double checking to see if it's worth banking these. They're about 8 silver each. We're kind of getting to a level range where it's kind of worth banking these. Also, should probably drink this 5% pot that we keep staring at. I'm not sure why. Whenever I remember to drink a 5% pot, it's almost around the time where I need the 7%. I do this every time. I just realized I almost have a level on every single post 200. That's something I want to have done by the end of this weekend. Obviously tomorrow we'll have 200 all. But I want to try doing at least one extra level and all, but particularly the level range that we need after them. On the ones that are actually obtainable. Alright, maybe not all of those by this weekend, because some of those are pretty long. But a couple of those being like 208 Gatherer, 208 Woodcutter, 216 Carpenter, 209 Forager. Definitely not all doable in one day. But there's a couple of the targets I want to go for soon after combat. The other thing I want to do is start getting the combats to an easy range where we still get good XP while we're under this system. Like 204 Guard. Probably like 205-ish Scout. Mind Fighter to 202 because of the slime that we already have a weapon for. Stuff like that I want to go do. Because it's better to kill them now than later. But something else I also want to check tomorrow in the beta is to see what level our main account gets converted to. Yeah, there was something else that was really weird with the beta today. I almost want to go double check to make sure our account isn't being deleted somehow. Because today it wouldn't let me change to my main account on the beta when we were messing with it. So once we go bank here, I might go to the AFK real quick and just double check that before this account magically gets deleted somehow. Because that would be really bad. Because for whatever reason, the beta wasn't letting me make a profile of my main account like it was earlier. It was for the other two, but it wasn't letting me for the main. Because that'd be a really bad bug. If deleting the beta profile deletes your actual main profile. That would be a really, really, really bad bug. Luckily we have visual proof of everything we have though. So hopefully it wouldn't be too bad to go restore it. Because I know for sure in the main game I didn't accidentally do it because you literally have to type in the name of your character to delete it. So it's impossible to ever misclick. I'll go double check it just in case. Because that's one thing I am paranoid from earlier. Is for whatever reason it wasn't letting me copy over my main account for some reason. Which makes me think something in the beta might have prompted us, or not prompted us, but you know, like somehow in the main game prompted the servers to delete our main account. Because there's like a 1-day delay before it does. Not sure if there's any way to cancel it though. Because I know for sure I obviously didn't do that on the main server. I know, I'll find out in a moment. I just found it really weird that when we were testing that, it wasn't allowing us to make a copy of it. I assume because there's already a copy, but I was able to double copy it earlier. Oh, hello, Alfred. Welcome, welcome. Did we try the beta yet? Yes. We did the other day, and we also did some today to test quests. Apparently, there's a bug with quests where they don't upscale. I wanted to see what Lost Shipment will upscale to, and it didn't upscale at all. It was still level 30 when the account was level 118, 119. So we're able to literally punch it to get death as if we're using a 4-star weapon. Oh yeah, I've been enjoying the combat update a lot. The only thing I'm slightly concerned with is how cheap they made some of the alchemy supplies. They basically made it so it's never worth banking almost every alchemy supply from combat. You're just gonna leave them on the ground. But hopefully they'll end up tweaking that. Because as it currently stands, you pretty much never pick up alchemy supplies from combat ever again. As either the gear drops that you'll be getting from your enemies will be worth more, or the gathering things you can get around them will be worth more. It'll be almost like the pearls that you get from what's it called now? Like the spike balls in Chapter 4. They do have a different alchemy supply in the beta, but it's gonna have the same issue where, because they're so cheap from a shop, you never bother buying them. I mean, you never bother banking them, because it's way cheaper to buy them. But instead of it just applying to pearls, it's about to apply to every single alchemy supply in the entire game. So hopefully they don't go through with that. If nothing else, at least it'll make it really simple to do combat, because you never need to bank anything. Because you'll be able to store drift all the gear into Quartermaster, and then the rest you just leave on the ground. But hopefully it'll change that so you can actually pick up alchemy supplies, because right now it's, in the current beta, pretty much every monster drop in the entire game, it is more efficient to just buy from the shop than the bank ever. Because they're so cheap. So hopefully it'll do some kind of middle ground or something. Because they are way too cheap right now. Alright, let me go double check the beta real quick with something. Before, it wasn't letting me do a copy of the beta. Let's see, play. Let's see, if I click delete, is there a way to see what's being deleted? No. Interesting. Delete entire account. Delete it all. No. I just wanted to see what's happening here. Okay, so it looks like nothing is currently being deleted. Which is the way it should be. I want to go check something on the beta, though. Because for whatever reason, it wasn't letting me make a second profile of my main account. Which is concerning. Why it's not identifying it. Because I know there's like a 1 day delay on a delete. But during the beta, it goes instantly. Without like any warning. Loading, loading, loading. We're almost there. Keeps getting stuck at 99%. Every time. Come on. What's so hard about the last 1%? It does this every time. Hello? I know you can do it. You got this. Alright, we're in. Alright, let's see. So I'm gonna delete you. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna delete you. Let's just delete our main. So we're gonna delete the main. Boom. I understand. Yeah, it's still not here. Now I can't even do my other account at all. Oh no! Yeah, what's going on here? This is so weird. Look, my main account's just not here now. I can't even play on it in the beta. Yeah, the two are still here. Let's see what happens if we delete all three. Alright, they've all been deleted. We're gonna start it back up again. Let's see what happens here. Otherwise, we might have no account to go play on the beta now. Let's see. Yeah, look at this. It's still not showing my main. What's going on? Yeah, I'm not sure why. Alright, let me go try doing something real quick. I'm gonna go back to main account. Or back to main game again. But I'm not sure why it's not showing up. The other two are still there after being deleted. Like, that's the most confusing part. Is after being deleted, the other two are still there, but not the main. Which is slightly concerning. Because that thing better not be in the process of getting deleted from clicking delete on beta. We'll wake up tomorrow with this thing deleted. Could you imagine? Luckily we have so much video proof of all the progress on it. I just want to log into this, then log out. Alright. Let it get identified. It is indeed here. Doing here things. Make sure it's still here. Yep, there it is. Alright, now we go back to beta. If it doesn't work here, I have no clue what it's doing. Well, we got quite a support ticket to send if tomorrow, if that account is deleted. We got a really long support ticket to go send. Help. Yeah, it's still not here. So what happens if I start one from scratch? Nope, still not here. Send help. Yeah, it's still not here. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it's so weird. It's still not there. Yeah, I hope that's just a beta bug and not deleting our actual account. Could you imagine? Change the spot in game, maybe? No, you can't do that. There's no way to change it. Oh, you mean go Hopeport or something? Oh no, I think I was doing that earlier when we were there. I could try doing a Hopeport AFK real quick. Because technically that's where we were last time. So maybe this one AFK just messes with it, true. Because I don't think my Bone Right guy was doing this particular one where we're messing with him. So maybe it's just something really weird with this one AFK activity or something. Because where we were able to copy it last time was the Hopeport AFK. So let me just grab some of that material real quick. I gotta go there to sell anyways. But yeah, maybe this just puts you in a weird state because it deletes your cape and everything. It puts you in a weird plane where you don't exist. It could just be that the AFK is bugged in regard to the beta. So let me go to the Alchemy AFK because this is where we were last time. I'll even go to the exact same tile. It might just be a really, really weird interaction with that particular passive. Alright, this is exactly where we were last time when we assigned for the beta. Alright, there we go. Now let's see if it does it. It could just be that that one AFK method is just really bugged in regard to the beta. Alright, moment of truth. Before we should be concerned or not. The profile better show up here. Yep, that's a problem. Well, we'll see if the account's deleted tomorrow. Better not be. Could you imagine? But it's not here. Because I've deleted these multiple times without it ever being an issue. You know, obviously in the beta, not in the main game, obviously. That is so weird. It is really weird. Well, we are going to have a very, very bad support ticket to send in tomorrow if it does get deleted. Could you imagine? Deleting your account in beta deletes it in real life. It didn't for the other two, though. I'll find out tomorrow because the delete process takes like 1 day. I know 100% for sure I did not delete it in the main game, though. Could you imagine the day that we're going to max is the day the account gets deleted? We'll find out tomorrow morning. It shouldn't, though. Yeah, it's probably really unlikely it gets deleted. Though at the end of this stream, just in case, we're going to look at every bank we have. So I have video proof of literally everything we have right now. So they can restore everything. We'll probably be a little bit behind because we won't have video proof of whatever we do in the next, like, 10 hours before next stream. But I'm going to go through, like, literally every bank we have and scroll through every single one. How much money we have, how much is in every single storage. Obviously our XPs are right there. That'd be a funny way to celebrate 200 all day. Account gets deleted. That would not be ideal. No, I highly doubt it. It's probably just a bug with the beta. There's a very unfortunate bug because I can't test my main account anymore while that bug's going. Oh, come on. The one stat it has lower is the one thing they hit with. I'm still wielding it, though. It's not that much weaker. What's just the physical difference? Because that's the next one we have to fight. Oh, it's only 3 better on physical. Whereas it's 7 worse against what we're fighting right now. That's still fine, though. Oh. Well, I guess we are making one more upgrade. That is the stonemason supply already completed. A 160 stonemason. Let me double check. If I 199 the other two, what's the highest we can make out of that? Hypothetically. Calculator go. 199 plus 199 plus 160 divided by 3. The best we can make is a 186. So our next weapon upgrade is a 186. Or lower. But it can't be higher than a 186. Unless we get another Guardian or Stonemason weapon that's even higher than that. But otherwise, 186 is the highest we can make our final upgrade. Where was I stationed when we last logged out? I have no clue. I'm pretty sure the keep shop. There's 2 different accounts. I know one of them was at keep shop. I'm not sure if both were. The permanent ban in Final Fantasy 14 where you get put in jail. That's kind of funny. You want to see it in Brighter Shores? There's one thing I'm surprised Chronopolis doesn't have more of. Like actual jail cells. But how many people you lock up in that chapter? There's surprisingly few jail cells in that chapter. Relative to how many people you constantly are always locking up. Now, this might look like a downgrade, but it's an upgrade for the next 2 units we gotta kill. And by then we'll likely have another actual rail upgrade, so we're gonna switch it out. Because that food is an upgrade for now as well as for next unit. So for now it's fine. Hopefully by then we'll have a real upgrade to it. And before the prison chapter. Yeah, Miles, yes, were you trying the beta at all? Did you ever delete your slot and try to go back later? And see if it would still let you make another? Because for whatever reason, yeah, I'm concerned what's happening there. Like, I highly doubt it's going to delete my actual account. But there's a non-zero chance we wake up tomorrow morning without our account on the main game. If that bug carries over to the main game. You didn't delete any slots? Yeah, I was doing that for RR testing because I had to delete at least one. Yeah, it's probably just a weird bug. I sure hope so. We'll find out tomorrow. We're either getting 200 all tomorrow or trying to recover a 200 all account. We'll find out. Yeah, just in case at the end of the stream, I will be going through like literally every bank we have. Like absolutely every single one. Even the material bank. Just in case. Also, we can keep stock of what we have at the moment, too. I haven't checked them all in a while. Because whatever that is basically all my banks at 200 all. So it's technically a preview of what a 200 all bank looks like. If we go to every bank. So it's not just for nothing either. Because if the account doesn't get deleted, whatever's that is basically our banks at 200 all. Effectively. So it'll be nice to reference in the future as well. Even if we don't need it to recover the account. He's at level 170, we'll go do it then. This is pretty much what I want to get up to today. At least for on stream. Ugh. I'll still be grinding higher, obviously. And then tomorrow we finish to 200. However long it takes. Worst case scenario, you think they'll actually recover it in one day? I feel like it would take them a week. I don't think they can get that done in one day. I'll probably use Reddit for the first time though. Because I feel like it'll get a lot more eyes if we make a quick video on it and then post it to Reddit. Like if I try posting on Steam, they won't get around to it till like 5 days. Or if I email them because they're getting so much beta email from the bug test. But no, it's probably just a weird bug with the beta. It's very unlikely to actually be deleted. But there's a non-zero chance we wake up to no account. Like, the chance of it getting deleted is like 5 or 10%. But it's not 0 is the problem. I cannot say with 100% confidence that we will have an account tomorrow morning. They reply quick to emails? Do they? I sent one 2 days ago and they haven't. But it could just be that they're being flooded like crazy due to the beta. There's one from 2 days ago, got no reply so far. But I'm pretty sure it's because they're getting hundreds from the beta, so it makes sense. They're getting a higher concentration than normal. There's also a really long post, so it'll probably take longer to reply to as well. If they're going to reply to everything in the email. I think it was something like a 5,000 word email or something. It's decently long. On all the beta things, or, you know, for the beta test thing. Like, it was a pretty long write-up. And not all of it was on alchemy. Actually, I'm pretty sure only like several hundred words was. I wrote a lot less than I thought I would for it. Just to not make it overly wordy. Level and a half to go. Honestly, we could probably start killing these now if we really want to. When once we fill out this inventory, we'll probably head over there, regardless of what level we're at. Because these have those really good alchemy supplies on the ground. I need them for my current alchemy training. Because we need to process everything in the bank, and particularly this potion to get to 229. And an AFK until we get to the real potion. And if they're going to go through with the changes for alchemy, this potion is like free. Like it sells for like 15-ish or something. And it costs like 5 to make. We make like triple profit, whatever the numbers were. Somewhere's around triple profit from this potion. Whereas right now you burn like double profit. Like you lose whatever you're doing 2 times over. Like your money gets halved. But after the rework, it's like a 3 times multiplier instead of getting halved. Assuming they don't adjust them compared to what they are now. Actually, they might not. I was trying to kill him so I can get the thing, but then he moved. No, I was trying to pick up my item. Yeah, that'll pretty much be our game plan then. As soon as we get a full inventory here, we go sour thing. Start killing the other guy until we get to like 170-ish or 171. Probably 170-ish. Just to get a nice clean number. Because 171 will drive me crazy. Compared to 170. And then we'll go check every single bank in the entire game to see what a 200 all bank looks like. Because the only thing combat's going to do is maybe upgrade our gear ever so slightly and make this money go up by like a gold or 2, but that's it. Everything that's in all of our banks should be pretty much the same compared to now. Maybe just with a few more logs or alchemy supplies here and there. But it should be mostly the same. Though they really need to make it more convenient to check all your banks at once. Because me doing that is going to take like 15 minutes. I really wish there was a button that would let you do that in like 3 minutes. Because you got to walk all across the world to go check every bank. When trading comes out, that'll be a little bit easier because they have to do something like that for when trading comes out. You know, actually be able to see all your stuff at once so you can actually trade it around Chronopolis Square. But, yeah, hopefully they add an actual better feature around that time to also do it anywheres. Instead of having to go to Chronopolis Square and trade someone to figure out what your bank is. Also, how will Iron Man players do that if they can't trade? Hopefully around that time we'll get a spell that's like the peek at bank spell or something, I'm not sure what you would call it. But something that lets you look at all your banks at once. Since they're going to need to release such a feature for trading anyways. No, I did not want to take all. No. Oh, so by the way, I did not make this into a 4-star weapon. We just happened to get it like this. Which I don't think this entire chapter I bothered doing a range upgrade. I think I did once for guard, just because I had so many spear upgrade parts. But I haven't a single time for this chapter. Which I think guard was the only chapter I did do it for once, just because we had so many spears. That I barely had to go my way at all to make it. Ooh, that's an interesting drop. That's a really bad roll, though. I know, how do we feel about that? Do I just sell it? I'm pretty sure it's weaker than this. 206 was 47. Yeah, it's effectively weaker. Yeah, we're just gonna sell it then. Because we got a random 4-star with a better percent. It's a few power worse, but if we're actually fighting something weak to yellow, which would be literally the only time we'd ever bring it out. Well, I guess we could upgrade this to be better. But the next goblin is post 200, which means this is too low of a level. So yeah, we gotta sell it regardless. Alright, let's go sell. Hey, Jimmy's about here. But let's go sell, and then, yeah, let's go check every bank, I guess. I'll do it now and then go do the other thing. And then we'll go get our level 170. Alright, let it begin. Actually, let's do the 170 first, actually. We'll do the bank at the end. Alright, to the 170. Before I do, though, let me get rid of my heal pots. I shouldn't need them. And if I do, 20 should be enough. And after we get 170, we'll go check every bank then. For our 200 all bank situation. Our 200 all bank video in Brighter Shores. Oh, why did I come this way? Why am I taking the scenic route? I should have went the other way, but it's fine. Oh no, we got a new milk! There were so many milks that one week. And another milk has returned. We got the glizzy milk. I guess that's one way of saying it. trying to find their way around the filter. I'm not sure if normal milk plays anymore, like OG milk. I saw chalky milk or something the other week, though, so they're still around. Yes, a new milk character has entered the fray. Oddly enough, this is actually a rare circumstance where the drops that we're getting are worth more than our gathering supplies. These gathering supplies are actually worth less than that drop on the ground. I'm still going to mostly be going for these, though, just because they're better. With inventory management and everything. If there was infinite storage for these, kind of like there is next patch, not literally infinite, but pseudo-infinite, then that'd be fine. But, yeah, it's currently not, so we're just going to leave them on the ground. I'll probably put the 2 stars in there if nothing else, I guess. But the 1 stars I'm still just going to keep on the ground. Yeah, these are worth, like, 6 if you buy it from the shop. And this is worth, 8. These are a lot more annoying to bank, though. Compared to the plant. Oh, so unfortunately those apples still not worth banking. Oddly enough, I think those apples are almost worth more than this, sadly. The reason they're not worth banking, though, is the potion that you make out of them is horrible. It's 6% Hope Fars, which is barely anything over a 5%. But also the XP that you get for it is abysmal. This is in a really weird range where you barely even need it. Wait, is it that far down? Where on earth is it? Where's the Hope Far is 6%. Wait, I keep passing it. There it is. Yeah, it's at 110. No way did he actually get us. Should've just whacked him. Level up screen. If nothing else, at least I get to go the right way this time and go grab a 4 dandelion. Hey, we will get to 203 gather at least. I don't think we're getting another woodcutting level though. But we will reach 203 gather from this. And the other time we'll get some gather XP is when we do 208 woodcutting. We do gain some gathering during it. At most it's like 3 levels though. Probably closer to 2. Which means we'll still be a few levels short of 208. Even after we get 208 woodcutting. What we're going to do about that, probably just grab a bunch of dandelions. Because it saves us some money in getting to, from 229 to 238. Or sorry, from 219 to 229, I mean. Oh, so is that guy punching him to death? This is confusing because he's a high enough level in progress to have unlocked his class. Which means by now he should have gotten a weapon of any kind at all. Even if he's not using a Chapter 2 or refused to use a Chapter 1 weapon, he should by now have a weapon. So the fact he's punching everything to death's kind of funny. There we go, he got a ranged weapon at least. Does he really not have a melee weapon? That's kind of crazy. So he progressed far enough in this chapter to unlock a class, but somehow not far enough to have a single melee weapon yet. Oh, I don't think he notices that there's a thief underneath that thief. But now he does. Don't do it. Don't do it. He did it. No chancing it. Also, don't do it. Good. Mine. Gosh, we got so much competition over here. There are some that spawn over there. The reason we do it over here is this is closer. Double glob plant. Or globe. I always call them glob. They're called globe plants. But the other two are way further away than these two. Making this place far more optimal if you're doing combat with gathering. If you're doing only one spawn, the other side is fine. If you're grabbing two spawns, you'd want to be over here. Of course, Boots is better on everything except the one stat I need. Wonderful. It's not that big a difference, though. The only thing it's worse in is the only stat I need right now, physical defense. It's not that big a difference, though. I think it's like 3 lower. About half a level to go. Then we'll go through our banking spree. Oh, we got access to the new snake now as well, nice. We're way too under level to go take it out though. But is our final enemy pre-200 weak to blue. So if we can get access to the double snake spawn tomorrow, I'm probably going to try doing it. Just gotta really hope that snakes aren't crowded there. So we can get the really good spawn spot. Because it should go pretty quick if we don't get crashed there. Or if we could even get access to it in the first place. Because out of any enemy we have left, that one should die the quickest. Especially if I make an upgrade right before. Like a 180 or 182 or something sword. Probably 180. Basically, the sword would be leveled whatever I have by tomorrow morning. Whatever scout level we have. I know! Glizzy Milk died. That's technically beneficial. Him dying just increased our XP rate. Up, gathering level, you're almost there, come on. Just teasing the bar at this point. Hey, who's this new character? Because they're also punching them to death. Why is everyone punching these things to death? You're allowed to use your Chapter 1 weapons, they're just not as effective. In all fairness, we did the same thing on day 1. But in the current state of the game and before the rework, using a piece of gear outside the chapter does still work. It's just greatly reduced in power. But still better than punching something to death. And we know for sure he has the level because he's wearing a 100 guard cape. You should have seen many weapons by now. Delta Blue? Is that the name of like an airline or something? I just realized, why is he farming Glob Plant? Not sure what level range he's at, but if that's the best one, I am pretty sure Bone Spike with banking is still better. Unless you're just dropping them. But I guess it also depends how upgraded you have your rake. But assuming you have a level 25 rake, I'm pretty sure, accounting for bank time, Bone Spike was better XP than doing these. The only reason we're not doing Bone Spike now is this unit does not exist near Bone Spike. But if it did, we'd be doing it there. Or anywhere we'd be getting better XP. Only reason for this specifically, other than the fact we need it for alchemy, is it's the only thing we can do here. Oh, I just thought of something. I think I know a way to fix the bug we had earlier. How do you opt out of a beta completely? It doesn't let you. I was about to go try that. Because it wasn't letting us use our main account on the beta right now. So what I was going to try to do is... oh, maybe if I tried on Steam Deck. Ooh. Wait, how do you even opt into a beta on Steam Deck, though? See if I can find that real quick. 1 second. Because if it doesn't work on this either, there's a problem. How would you even do this on a Steam Deck, though? No, those are not the settings I need. Properties. Betas. Okay, good. This might work. Hold. I want to test something real quick. Quick, click the logout button. Alright, 1 second. We might have to look at black screen for 1 second. Wait, I want to try something. Wait, this is big. Moment of truth. To not panic. What was it? Beta Cabbage 8. Check code. Open, opt into beta branch. Back. Download. Alright, 1 second. I'm checking something. Moment of truth time. Moment of truth before panic. Before all in panic. Wait. I have no way of showing this, unfortunately. But it is happening. It is loading. It's taking a lot longer on Steam Deck, though. Even though it's on the same connection. No, in all fairness, this one's not wired, though. Like the computer is. But it's taking like twice as long. I guess the first download does take a little bit longer. Wait. I gotta check. Okay, if I click play on this. Hold. Error. You're logged in on another computer. No, I'm not! I literally have nothing open. Oh, it's because of OBS. I forgot. I can't check it right now. No! I forgot OBS counts. Ah, because I'm using OBS through Steam right now. Oh, I can't check it that way. Never mind. False alarm, false alarm. Oh, that would have worked otherwise. I do have a locally saved one, but normally you just use the Steam one out of convenience. Because it gets auto-updated automatically and everything. But it's counting as me being on Steam. Even though I have no games launch, I have a program launch. The thing we're literally streaming off of. Oh, sad. I'll be able to check after the stream to see, though. To know if we should go into panic mode. I can't check now, though, due to OBS being open. Via Steam. Yeah, a few more kills and then we'll go do our 200 all bank tour. Because our bank should pretty much be the same at 170 compared to 200, pretty much. Also, just in case the 1% chance our account gets deleted tomorrow. Just in case. Just in case. I highly doubt it, though. Pretty sure it's just a beta bug. I'll know for sure, because if I open the beta on the other account, it should be from a fresh start kind of thing. And if it works on there, then 100% is not getting deleted. It's just a weird bug with the beta. I should probably go report to them. But if it's missing on the Steam Deck as well, we got a problem. Because that might be beyond just a bug. Could still be a bug, though. Yep, there we go. Alright, let's go to all the banks. Save for later. Alright. Let's go to Hopeport and go to every single bank in the entire game. Let's go do a bank tour. Which I think this is the first time we've ever done this ever. But it's basically our 200 all bank tour. More so to check it, but also just in case it gets deleted somehow. Just in case. I highly doubt it, but... I've been kind of curious what these even are to begin with, so... If nothing else, we finally get to see what they are. Alright, let it begin. Let's start with our gear. Which I just realized, I actually can't put all my gear in here, can I? This is a rapier I was potentially going to use. I might still use it against a snake, to be honest. Oh, I can't, because it would need to be 199. Alright, so we're probably getting rid of all of it, then. Everything in here that isn't a 4-star is probably being deleted. Let me do that so I can actually put it in. Is anything up into blue coming up? Not really, it's all the way at the end. So we just rock our current weapon, we'll get a better one by then. Because the thing I want to go do right now is deposit all... equipped. There we go, perfect. I think I'll sell these real quick. We shouldn't actually need these. Alright, we'll start her off with the gear then. I guess we'll do it from the gear bank. If we're going to all the banks, we might as well literally go to all the banks. Alright, so... What do we have here? We got the 4-star boots that we got on day 1 that will be scaled to level 50 because of how the new system works. There's also some discontinued items you'll be able to get that way too. For example, if you kept your level 0 sword, do you ever get that during normal gameplay? I'm not sure if you do or not. Does anyone know? if you get the two-hand sword from that one quest and the level 0 you get from tutorial, do you ever get those from an enemy? Ever? Because if not, there's actually going to be a discontinued item that might be worth a ton that I do not have, which is the trainer sword or that two-hand from the quest, which I don't have on any of my 3 accounts. Level 50 of that is a discontinued item, potentially, if it is not currently dropped from anything in the game. As when you get them in the future, they're only going to be level 0 and level 10. They will not be level 50. So those weapons specifically being level 50, if they're not a drop, is a discontinued item. Because neither of them are upgradable since they're not 3-star. They're a 1-star and a 2-star. So having them as a level 50 is a discontinued item, assuming they are not dropped by any monster. So if you have those things are going to be worth, like, that's the party hat of this game. As it's going to be the first discontinued item ever, assuming you cannot get them from any drop. I do not have them, though, unfortunately. But someone out there might. So if you have any new accounts that you haven't made yet, you might want to try that. I'm not sure if they do drop or not, though. If they do, then that's not relevant. But if neither of them drop from enemies, a level 50 in them is a discontinued item. This one is not one of those, though. This can just be dropped whenever. So this being level 50 is not discontinued, but the other 2 might be. Anyways, what else do we have here? Bunch of random junk. Nothing too special here. The percents don't really matter too much. Might on some, but most of these are just like sell gear. Like, oh, actually, this is a perfect one, though. Oh, this one's actually pretty juicy. This one actually scales pretty well. This is going to have to be our main sword later with how much it gets leveled up. 89% two-hand right there. Not too bad. Most of the percents on them don't really do too much, though. Though this one did get a somewhat good roll, too. 47. 2% off perfect, but, oh, yeah, we still have all the... Oh, you know what? While I'm here... I never did bother finishing these. Oh, yeah, remember that 188 boot earlier? I still need to go equip that at some point. That's funny. Also, I'm not going to need this Hammermaid shield anymore. I might as well sell it. Oh, no, I guess under a new system it might be worthwhile, I guess. Oh, no, I got space here. I might as well keep it for now. Same as these other 2, I guess. But those boots, boy, I got to remember to go use them tomorrow. Because we might be able to get a boot upgrade later. All right, let me go sell this junk. All right, let's go look at the rest of the banks. Let's go finish out our bank tour. So that's what our gear bank is looking like after 200 roll. Let's go check the other few. There are a few alchemy numbers in here that are going to be higher. Though, not many. Mostly just the glow plant being a little bit higher. Where are our biggest stacks at? We still got to make 350 of the arbores, which is something we'll do soon after 200. Oh! These numbers are almost even. Nice. I didn't realize these were actually that close together. We're at 418 dandelions and 469 glow plants. I'm actually way less farther ahead on glow plant than I thought we would be by now. We still don't have all of them yet. We'll probably still get another like 50 to 100 when we do our combat. But yeah, they're going to be a lot more evened out than I thought they would be. Interesting. By the end, I'll probably still have more dandelions and glow plant though, as I'll need to finish them after the 208 woodcutting grind. Whatever we don't have for gatherer by then, I then need to go do on dandelion, and then go make all the potions. We have like 1,000 of both the 2 heal pots, so after the changes that they're making next patch, those are probably really irrelevant. These metallic teeth will be worth absolutely nothing after the patch. These would be converted into something else. These are still the heal pots, but they're going to be pointless to go make. Oh, no, this is the 10% for Hope Port. Never mind. There's the other one I was thinking of. Periwinkle is for the other percent pot. Same as these. These are for 6% and 8% for Chapter 1. These get nerfed into the ground. They're currently worth 3.5. You could buy them from the shop for like 2.5 after the update. They are ultra nerfed into the ground compared to now. We'll see what they ultimately do with them. Same as these. These cost like 12 from the shop right now. They're going to cost like 2.5, if even that, after the update. Like, they literally cost less after the update to buy from the shop than their current sell price. I just don't want to all sell them all in case they do end up tweaking it before then. But we got that while doing some mining. What else do we have here? Some random ones of these. I think just from the goblin. All the goblins that we have in Scout aren't dropping the better one, so I keep getting this wimpy one. These are for the fear potions, but these are going to basically be free after the update. Healing potion, but those are free after the update. Weaker healing potion, but these are still going to be expensive, but the other one's going to be free. And I forget what water lily's for. I think it's a cryonite pot. Why do I even have these? Those are really pointless to bother processing. Same as these. Not sure when we bank them or why we bank them, but they really don't need to be. Anyways, that's our alchemy bank. Potion bank. Only thing really good here that we have is 187 of the passive potion for +4. Everything else is kind of average. I guess I did store up quite a bit of EXP pots. Like some of the 7% that we have. Which we still have quite a bit of 10% for Chapter 1. I'm going to have to make like 1,000 something more. We have like 1,200 banked right now. Not counting the second ingredient. We used up almost all of our 7% for this chapter because we've been spamming them. We're soon going to be using all those if we're going to go into the Mines of Matubin grind after the rework. I have very few Chronopolis. Should probably fix that. And we did make a decent amount of the 2 Stonewall Hills in preparation for eventually, you know, the chapter. And that's it. Alright, let's go check our cooking bank. I'm actually kind of curious where some of these stacks are because I normally don't actually look at them. Also, speaking of which, if we're going over there, let me go grab some. Oh, we'll grab some lemon juice, I guess. Can't go in here with empty hands. Also, while I'm here, I might as well grab a cooking contract. Oh, yeah, there's something else I need to go see if it gets fixed. If I do that on Steam Deck and it does work correctly, I want to see if what happens to my Enchantress option. Because obviously Enchantress does not exist in Chapter 1 anymore after the update. So I'm curious to see what exactly happens with her. Does she just get completely destroyed or what happens there? Also, this is not worth doing only for 1. I am not going to bother. Well, then again, I have 1 for Scrap Merchant. You know what? We'll click it for now. It's pretty bad value, though. All right, let's see what's in our bank. So this is all of our chef supplies. We got a few knick-knack stuff that really needs to be higher. The bass that we only have to do until we get to our next dish. These are completely pointless, and we just sell when trading comes out, I guess. These are all the fish we need for quite a while. For lobster, honestly, we're probably good on lobster for now. I've never done the venture a single time. These are all just from buying it. They're pretty cheap. They're like 2 silver each right now. These are a bit more expensive, but we're not quite at 226 fishing yet, so we still need some. Of our potatoes, with the tier 4 potato being the one that is pretty low. We actually have 0 tier 1s, oddly enough. This is tier 2 potato. I actually have absolutely none of the tier 1 at the moment. Bunch of mana rays for our current dish, and that is it. Not too much. Biggest stack is the potato one. And these are actually pretty pricey. I think they're like 9 silver each from the shop. 8, 9, something pretty high up there. Anyways, let's go check the rest of the shop. Alright, let's go do all the ones in Chapter 2. We'll go down the line so we don't miss any. So here, we should only have 2 because I'm not going to go out of my way to go check Bone Bank. The 2 here are Log Bank and Carpenter Bank. Carpenter Bank also makes a reoccurrence many times in Chapter 3 as well. But I'll just check it here while we're here. So we have to go by. Well, they're still here. Well, I guess that makes sense. They're doing post 200. They were here when we were doing Wendigo off stream. I'm not sure if we did it on stream. But all the Wendigos I did yesterday, they were there. And they're still there. But it makes sense. They're doing post 200. They got to camp it for a while. There's one nice thing about the new combat change, too. You actually switch enemy quite a bit more often compared to now. If you're just, like, camping one area. Hey, Kill's here. Hasn't kill in a while. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. What is our crafting bank looking like? Gosh, we get banked way too much of some of those low tier material. But these are all of our shield upgrades for the rest of time, pretty much. This material goes all the way to level 456, aka over level 2000, aka all the way till Chapter 5. So any shield I ever need is covered by these two, as both of them go all the way till Chapter 5. It's not until Chapter 5 that we really need to get better. Bunch of random oaks for whatever reason. A billion tier 2s. Juniper we don't really ever need because it's carpenter. These we also have way too many of. Bunch of pine poles. Got a little bit of the final tier. Probably gonna bank a lot more of that final tier. That's actually gonna be pretty useful for a couple weapons. This is carpenter only, so not useful. This is, oh wait, this is used for stonemason too? Oh, this is probably for 1 to 2 hand weapons. I didn't realize this was also stonemason. Wow, Suavi's actually really good then. Maybe I'll grab a couple more tier 4s, because I believe this is tier 4. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. It's bone right and stonemason. I knew it wasn't used for smithing, but I didn't realize it was also used for stonemason. This is what I make all my weapons out of whenever we need a bone right weapon. And U-poles are used for everything. Anyways, let's go check our logs. Now, this one I'm actually really curious on, because I haven't checked my log bank since we've been doing all this grinding. Basically, everything in the log bank right now is every log we've gotten from getting 200 scout. Minus whatever few I get for whatever few enemies we still have left. But this is pretty much every log we got onto 200 scout and nothing else. This is only 200 scout logs. So while getting 200 scout, we got 357 oaks and 268 pines from just getting 200 hope forests. Let me double check. Do we have any other enemies that drop us logs? Yes, we will get a little bit more oak. For the last 3 levels, or however many we do, 5, we can also do Wendigo. But that's going to be barely any pines if we do. But the oak should go up a lot because we're doing this from like 191 to max or 190 to max or something. So the entire time there we will be getting oaks. But that's not too bad. This is the highest tier one we can currently do, and this is like the 3rd, I believe. But the 2nd highest of the ones that has a double step. So it's still pretty good. I believe the one in between was a single step one, which is not as good for EXP. But yeah, it's a lot more than I thought we would have there. Anyways, let's go to Mines of Matubin, where we can also check Builder Bank, since we're going to be right next to it anyways. It's quicker to get there than is the other place. Hey, Miles, yes was there too. Alright, let's go check the other banks on our 200 all bank tour. Hey, we don't need side panel anymore, do we? Let's go check our stonemason bank. Obviously, we don't need to go check the carpenter bank 3 times over. Or 4 times over, so we'll be skipping that each one here. Let's see what's in our stonemason. Oh yeah, I still gotta process all this andesite. This is why we need to get 233. If you ever hear me mentioning why I need to get to 206 or 233 stonemason, 206 is to start so we can start doing a post 200 AFK activity, and 233 so we can actually go process all this stuff, which I can still mine more of. We need to mine it till 262, which I probably should get slightly more, because this is only going to get us like 5-10 levels or something, especially if we're keeping a lot of it for upgrade material, because I likely will, as the upgrade range of this. Not only can it make something that requires only 3, but it covers a lot of the later range. Like, pretty much up to 2,000. Like, this is make 2,000 material later down the line. Like, when Chapter 5 isn't out, but I happen to be able to make a 2,000, it's probably the material I'll be using. Because I'm pretty sure it's our best option based on its level range, based on when you can make it for the thing. Beyond that, we're actually pretty low on a lot of this material. I kept a lot of the highest tier stuff, but a lot of that middle tier stuff, I guess I don't need as much these days. I didn't really keep as much. Got quite a bit of Deathstone here, which the shop price is so expensive for. And yeah, honestly, stone's pretty lackluster as far as amounts. I almost have more andesite than like every other stone combined. Not quite, but by the time I finish mining it to 262, we actually would probably have more tier 5 andesite than every other stone combined in there. Just because I process a lot of it for EXP, as well as for weapon upgrades when we did 200 all combat. Smithing is a lot more heftier though, as far as what we end up keeping, even with everything we end up making out of it. Like, a lot of these are almost 1,000 stack. A lot of these almost 1,000 stack. A lot of these, which we're using a ton, are almost 1,000, over 500. And then we have a really big tier 5 iron stack, which this is after we use like 10,000 of it, by the way. We still have like 10,000 left. After processing like 10,000, we still have over 10,000 left. Because I actually made like 10,000 of these into equipment and then sold them for about 1.3 gold per hour. And we still have about 10,000 after we go finish processing these, which we'll use to get to 267. I should probably do this relatively soon as well, because I need to make my 267 weapon so we can go AFK watch person again. Ideally, it would be a 272, but 267's fine. It's not that big a difference. Not going to go that far out of our way to do smithing, because I don't have any good rock I can go hit for mining right now, unfortunately. All right, let's go check the other 2 banks. Or sorry, that was the other 2 banks. Let me go check the other... Oh, no, it is 2. I was right the first time. Because the other bank we can go, hey, Ambard's here. But why is this room so crowded? There's 6 people in here. If 3 of them are doing combat, you're already over encumbered for tentacle. Let's go check our material bank. So this one's an interesting one. Because even though you can't do the brick venture, you can currently get bricks from chests in Chapter 4. And I was doing that some. I did the AFK for this for, well, it looks like about 12 hours. And the AFK for this for way too long, of 43 hours or so. But yeah, we got some bricks here. We got 34, 111, so we actually have at least one of every single brick type. Tiles, not so much. I'm not sure why. It is not giving me any tier 1 tiles. I only end up getting tier 2 and tier max. So tier 2 and 4. Why? I don't know. It didn't give me the lower tier for some reason. Or wait, or is this one coarse? Reinforced, coarse. Oh, no, never mind. This is the lowest tier. Wait, that's weird. So when it comes to brick, I only got the lowest tier and the highest tier twice. I never got any of the 2 middle tiers. And for bricks, I only got the 2 middle tiers once. Interesting. And the rest of these were from Bone Right AFK that we did for about 50 hours. When we were still pre-200 for everything. Yep, Ember's here. Hello. Alright, let me go check the Bone Right shop. And then we'll go check whatever shops are left in Chapter 4. Which isn't much. I think the only thing there is Leather Shop. And that one barely even matters. This is the last shop that actually matters. Our last bank. Which we actually have a lot of. We have exactly Lucky 777, a Bone Spike. We have all the weapons we're ever going to need for Bone Right for the rest of the time off these Bone Spikes into Suave logs, or Suave planks. We have way too many of these banked for shields in the future, I guess. We have a bunch of these that I'm probably going to process all of them, even the low tier stuff, just to bolster up our stacks a little bit. But that one doesn't really need it as much, but the other 2 do. And these were all from Shades up to 200 Scout, as well as picking up the bone from the ground while doing 200 Scout from the Beers. But these 2 are from the Shades. I guess I will get a few more of these from the Shades, though. I believe the next tier is this tier. Oh, no, next tier is actually this one. So I'm actually never going to get this from the Shade, because this is tier 5. So that means we'll have 3 different stacks of all of our Shade kills. And then the 4th stack, which is actually tier 5, is from the Beers. Because those are the ones that we actually gather from the ground. Because you get tier 5 right at the end, because it's the first one of the bones. Kind of like how you get Iron at 197, you get Goat Horn for tier 5 at 197 as well. And that's what all these are from. But the other 4 would be from the shades that we killed. What else? And yeah, and there's just the other ones down here. Why do we have so much of the tier 2 stuff? Or tier 3, whatever one that is. I feel like the same thing happened with carpentry as well. Where for whatever reason, we went like really crazy with banking at around tier 2. Why? I don't know. I got into like a really high banking mood all of a sudden. And I was like, maybe I shouldn't bank everything. But yeah, we got really bank heavy on tier 2 for some reason with both of them. Like absurdly heavy on banking everything. Needlessly. Alright, there's only one bank left I believe we need to go check. And that is the leather bank, which has pretty much nothing in it. But it is technically still a bank we haven't checked. Oh, so there's the builder bank there, but I was quicker checking this builder bank. There's also the builder bank you would use whenever you do the tile and brick ventures, which currently do not exist. I assume they will be locked behind a quest. Also, Cat is still here. Wow. Wonder what level they are. Last I checked, they're not on leaderboard. But I feel like anytime I ever see them, they're grinding out Chronopolis. They must be getting really close to 500 all Chronopolis. Though the thing that throws me off is that Raiden that they're doing makes me think they're not doing that. Unless they went really high on Merchant and Leatherworker. But every time I ever see them, they're doing Detective. Unless they went for like 500 Detective first or something. And is now going back to do the combat or something. Oh yeah, this leather bank has like nothing in it. Why'd I even check? Oh yeah, I got a perfect Hailbeast hide, by the way. This is a 490 Merchant Hailbeast hide. Literally the final hide in the game. The one that literally prints money. I think it's like 8 or 9 gold an hour right now. Yeah, I got one randomly from a chest. I figured I'd bank it, because why not? Actually, I think that's where most of these came from, is I was just picking up the whole stack. I saw this and I was like, ooh, I normally don't bother banking the hide. Sometimes you just get in my inventory and I'm like, I need to trash them somewhere. Might as well trash them into the bank. But this one I saw and it was like, ooh, we definitely got to bank this. We got a perfect 490 hide. Obviously, you can't do anything with it. Unless you get 490 Leatherworker before you get 490 Merchant, which is almost never going to happen. But just figured it was something funny. Because the only way you can get that is RNG and alpha chests. And yeah, I believe that is every storage then. Does anyone know if I missed any? I don't think we did. So in case our account somehow gets deleted, we got a backup plan. And this is the same material bank we already saw earlier. Nothing new here. Same we already saw. But anyways, guys, I guess we'll end it there for now. We'll get our armor back on. And for now, I guess I'm going to grab some dinner. And hopefully we have an account to go get 200 all on tomorrow rather than a deleted account. It shouldn't be deleted. But there's a non-zero chance we wake up to a deleted account tomorrow. If there's some kind of weird bug with the beta. But fingers crossed, we have an account that we can play on to go get 200 all tomorrow. As the goal of tomorrow is we do not end the stream until we have 200 all. With the only exception to this being if we somehow do not have an account. In which case, well, not sure what the backup plan is. I guess I just grind the other 2. So we don't also get deleted, we'll see. I'm pretty sure it's just a bug with the beta. But it's slightly concerning me in the back of my head. Like, what if it does happen? Like, the chance of it happening is so absurdly unlikely. But the chance is a number scarier than 0%. Like, any number more than 0 is very high. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. But yeah, tomorrow's goal should be get 200 all. Hopefully. Like, we're definitely doing it, assuming his account is intact. Which it should be. But yeah, we should officially have 200 all done tomorrow. Finishing out Scout. Should have probably by 180 by then, if not a little bit higher, and whatever's left we finish tomorrow. Anyways, as far as the poll, what'd the poll finish on? So, what was the poll? I clicked end on it. We will be maxing 200 all in Brighter Shores tomorrow. Do you have any intention to ever max, aka 200 all? So they're currently ordered since I already ended it in percent order. So at the highest vote at 44%, yes, but nowhere near 200 all yet. In second place was no, takes too long at 24%. In third place was yes, have already or will soon be 200 all at 17%. And then at only 13% and dead last is no, focusing on a few skills combat. So you're either focusing on a chapter or just mostly focusing on combat and not really doing much skilling or something along those lines. But anyways, guys, we'll end it there for now. Tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed, this account is in intact and we go get 200 all. And I'll probably actually know that within the next few minutes too, because as soon as I end the stream, I'm going to check it on Steam Deck. And as long as it's showing up properly there, we should be okay. And that's just a weird bug that I need to go report to them. That's an issue with the beta and not with our actual account. Just the fact that it's showing all of our accounts, but the main one is just kind of weird. But, only on a Tuesday. That's funny. He does a few interesting dialogues here. I normally never bother reading them though. There's actually one that was really funny that actually references the quest that you would maybe AFK this during, which is there's actually a lost and found reference during these. I found it really funny because when we were originally on like week 1 grinding out lost and found, it was just really funny because we were actually doing this AFK, you know, for EXP at the time because we were like 20 something, 30 something. And it does actually make a lost and found reference at some point. Like the actual quest that you might be AFKing to go and, you know, actually go and get it done because bone rate is not even worth doing. But they actually knew that in advance enough to actually put a reference to the quest here, which also makes sense because it's in close proximity to the quest as well. Even when they move it to over there, it's still in pretty close proximity. But I guess the goblin referencing wouldn't make as much sense since it's the witch that will be there now. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week. And yeah, we'll finish 200 all grind tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.